It's 10 o'clock. Welcome, Commissioner Hanks. All right. So, before we get into too much of a formal presentation, I'd like us to look at the bottom line, which is on page 507. And what you can see here is, except possibly for federal funds, it looks really good, right? Because on paper, it looks like we're going to be spending, we're allocating roughly the same as was spent in fiscal year 2024, which is kind of what we need. So that looks really good. Before I get to the next comment, let's just talk about what happened to federal funds.
Thank you. And so for the record, Helen Hanks, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. To my right is Lisa Stone, our Director of Administration, and I'll let her triage that.
Sure. So if you go to our handout on page 3, I kind of look at that. So what happened is in fiscal year 23, we had significant ARPA expenditures, and we actually received that revenue in 24. So it understates our fiscal year 24 spend, what would have typically been general funds. So if you take into account for that, and then we did actually have about $500,000 in ARPA expenditures that we didn't receive revenue for in 24, in addition to about $100,000 in other revenue under other funds. So when you net all of that out and the correctional industry's loss, our general fund spend should have been about $169,701,000.
Okay. All right. So basically, this wasn't like you got a federal grant specifically to do such and such. This was the state redirected some of their ARPA funds to you, which replaced general funds at the time. Is that kind of?
It was for essentially recruitment and retention incentives that were paid in fiscal year 23.
Yeah,
and the revenue was received later.
But if you hadn't had the federal funds and still did that work, it would have been general funds. Yeah.
That's correct. If the initiative was funded through general funds, you're
right.
correct.
Okay. So that looks great, but going into the main budget, I'm worried that what we see is not realistic, because what we see there is all the overtime lines going to zero or near zero, and the full-time lines having more funds, right? But traditionally, you haven't worked that way, right? You've had tons of overtime. So I'm worried that what's actually in the budget that adds up to these great numbers isn't right. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. With the footnotes that we've asked for, which would allow us to take the funding from vacant positions that are not filled, those filled positions would reduce the overtime, and continuing to use that methodology, that's what we're leaning into. And then to your point, if that's not enough, so if things that we can't forecast today happen, some increased number of retirements or decrease in recruitment, there we did add the additional component that we would come before fiscal for an additional request or appropriation that isn't otherwise funded through the vacancy lines within the agency, trying to use what has been a tool in the past, but then also recognize we will potentially need a safety net again for things that we didn't forecast that happen in 3 years from now.
Yeah. So do you really think, well, so let's talk about recruitment. So how many people are working now versus 2 years ago?
So they're in the law enforcement ranks, which strike us the most. We have a 42% vacancy rate, whereas we had a 50, what did I send to you the last time? A 50, I don't know, I'm singing into the mic. It's on this page. 51% vacancy rate. So we had a 51% vacancy rate in January of 2023 in those lines of effort. And now we have a 42% vacancy rate in December of 2024. And that rate is still current. We have 28 new officers going to our next corrections academy. That's a wonderful number to have.
Yeah.
And the
Very
tracking,
good.
it is. And the tracking and trending of our recruitment to date, even when I gave you, I'll show you the graphic. This graphic, I had 30 new hires. Now I have 33 And I still have more coming. So that is a wonderful number for the department.
Okay.
So our recruitment efforts are working. We need to continue to lean in our retention efforts. Again, I don't control the retirement decisions of the state. Those will obviously potentially impact this agency. And I do think this is an appropriate strategy, given the state of the finances of the.
Representative Weiler.
Yeah, I dug out the piece that came from the Treasury, the number of paychecks that were actually issued. And I'm looking at a year, they were like January 2024, 820. Then it went gradually up, 830, 858. So you've been gaining most of the last year. Thankfully, you ended up with 848 last December paychecks. So, yeah, we have other ways of tracking this.
Yeah.
But people that don't want to tell us the real vacancies.
Oh, I appreciate the validation, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So is, I don't know, 40 hours of a full-time and 40 hours of overtime sort of roughly the same cost? Because a full-time person, there's a whole bunch of benefits, and overtime is like double time or something. So therefore, it's kind of a wash, more or less. Is that true or not really?
I would defer. I'm going to suspect, but I'll defer to her that the overtime costs more, but
So it takes about 11 months to break even if for a new hire versus using overtime. So, and it also depends on the new hire, if they're get the family plan for health insurance, single.
Are you just saying because a new hire is unproductive? Is that what you mean? Or
not at all.
I mean, they're in training and all this sort of stuff, right?
It's the certification process, getting them fully individualized and certified.
Well, that's not quite what I meant.
Okay.
I meant just assume it was you had a full-time person, right? So a regular full-time corrections officer of the same level as somebody working overtime, right? Is the cost of is the cost per hour of the regular full-time person sort of similar to the cost per hour of that overtime hour?
So I mean, the hourly rate is double and the benefit rates on overtime is going to be the same. It's just really the health insurance. That's the
Is
difference.
benefits charged per hour? Is that?
Yeah, for retirement and Medicare.
Gotcha. So it's worse. So overtime is worse.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's about
Gotcha.
60% benefits. So, you know,
So that's what I didn't realize, because I thought in my industry, right, if you
Right.
work overtime, you only get salary more. You don't get more health insurance or something, right? So it's right. So anyways, go ahead. Representative Cambrils.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on that strategy, how many vacant positions would you need to leave open to cover all the overtime in a typical year? I know that you won't know.
I appreciate that question. Actually, the goal is to fill those so that we don't need to lean in on overtime. So we won't do an attempt to hold things to fund overtime. Our goal is to recruit people so we don't use overtime. I think the other part I would share, we've been tracking, again, I would look to this page, I'm showing it to you graphically, the cost per hour. So we understand what the cost in 2024 and then the cost in 2025. And so the number of hours does cost more, but we're also tracking how many new people we bring on. So again, it's a multiple faceted strategy. And then I did share with state fiscal, and for those that sit on that committee, the other area that we do lean into is to reduce the number of people appropriately to public safety that are actually incarcerated. And so from the perspective that we've reduced our recidivism rate by 8% over 7 years, that's 200 less people that are incarcerated. And so that has saved the state approximately, using the right number, Representative McGuire, $14 million over seven years. So it is both a recruitment strategy, but also for those appropriate individuals to try to keep them in the community and under community supervision at $2 a day instead of $250+ a day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So let's talk about numbers of so that you keep a track of both inmates and number supervised, right?
Yes,
Is that the
yep.
way you think about it?
Like, sure, yeah.
And so the inmates are roughly 2,100 today, is that?
They're in custody in the state of New Hampshire is 1,970-ish inmates in our facilities. And then supervised out in the community under probation and parole is just over 4,000. There's a higher probation caseload than parole caseload, and those are by factors of the judiciary.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if the 4,000 included the 1,900 or not.
No.
They're separate, okay.
That's
So
separate.
total of close to 6,000.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
that we are responsible for in the state of New Hampshire.
gotcha. And the 2,000 number, or 1970, that's a little lower than it was 2 years ago, yes?
It is from 2 years ago. It's been static the last 2 years. I would call it static. So we are leaning into the why. Is there anything we can do differently to help that number reduce? Several years ago, at the point in which I saw a natural major decline, because at one point we had 2,700 people in the facilities. And now when you compare that from 2010 and 11 to where we are now, I afforded the opportunity to, watching population reduction, to shut down a whole second floor of our largest general population unit. And so that saves us 14 posts we don't fill every single day.
Right. Yeah, and I was thinking that the population's still aging, so we would expect crime to be decreasing, right? So,
Yeah, I'll let the national statistic speak for itself. New Hampshire is rated #1 both in safety and in corrections for the work that we do here. And it's both for the reduction in violent crime and the reduction in our incarcerated population. There are numerous national advocates talking about a rise in incarcerated populations across the country, and we shine in a good way on that map, as ours is not. Increasing at the rate other states are. And I would say that again, under former Governor Sununu, we didn't engage in mass releases during the pandemic. We kept people incarcerated and safe, and we ranked #2 for best outcomes, both for wellness during incarceration and wellness for our staff. We've done an amazing job on behalf of the state, and I'm very proud of the work that we do at the Department of Corrections.
great.
Congratulations.
Yeah, very nice. So, but possibly the recession causes more crime? Is that possible?
Representative McGuire, I think we can look at different things like that. It's
I mean, so one aspect is pushing things down and something else is pushing it up. a
some
little.
members of my team that have been with us for 20 plus years look toward a recession because they believe it will increase our recruitment. So
I see.
there are a lot of factors we look at
I
when the
got you.
economy
Yeah, yeah.
becomes a.
Okay, now, in terms of your overall budget, what fraction is for the incarcerated population and what fraction is for the supervised population?
So you're talking about if I pull out field services for our overall budget percentage?
Yeah, I mean, let's call your budget 165 million a year.
Okay.
So is it 100 for the incarcerated and 65 for the, I mean, you'd have to split your time a little bit and things like that. But I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
in the big picture kind of
I
thing.
appreciate that question. I've never formulated what that would look like as a percentage. And I'd be happy to get that back to you.
Yeah.
I think right now I'd be throwing a dart at what that represents, because I know that being under supervision in the community is $2 a day. And so representing that 4,000 costs $2 a day. And then knowing 40% of the inmates in our facilities today are back on parole violations. So that's important information. It
Say it
used to
again,
be
40%?
40%. It used to be 48%. Now it's 40%. So as we can decrease that percentage, again, balanced by safety, we wouldn't do that just to save money. We would only do it if it was a safe choice. That makes a difference.
So 800 of the 2,000 are on parole violation?
Yes, of varying types, whether they have been under parole and engaged in new criminal activity that has both brought them back and they're pending charges, or it's a repeat noncompliance with their parole requirements.
And you said that's lower than in the past?
100%. It's 8% lower than 7 years ago.
I see. What about nationally?
Nationally, we are under the 50% standard. There are some states that I wonder what their measure is for measuring recidivism. They tout a 2% recidivism rate. I don't want to disparage my counterparts, but I'm just not sure where that comes from.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where do you have the biggest issue with recruitment? Is it for the staff that supervise, that are in charge of the supervised population, or the inmate population?
It's the inmate population.
Okay. And is
Whenever-
that where most of the people are, the inmate population?
they're the most expensive?
Okay.
So I would share with you that there is a normal career path progression in the department to become a corrections officer and over the time promote into a probation and parole officer. Whenever we have a vacancy in our probation and parole ranks, it's filled very quickly.
Okay. What is, I mean, to following up on Representative McGuire's question, do you have any sense of what the split is in terms of head count, in terms of how many people are working in the, supporting the supervised population versus the incarcerated population?
Yes, there are 77 of my 418 existing law enforcement positions. 77 are supervising people in the community. It's a much smaller number. So to give you just a breakout, I have 7 different unions. The Teamsters represent the corrections officers and corporals. That equals to about 274 law enforcement officers. And then the SCA sergeants and above are roughly 100-ish. And then there are some that do not belong to unions, like my majors are not in a union, but gives you a proportion. And then the 77 I represented, 11 of those are chief probation and parole officers. They have their own union, and the Delta is in the probation and parole.
And then just one last question.
Go ahead, yeah.
Just one last question. So did I hear correctly that when you're hiring people, you're hiring them as enforcement officers, and then parole officer is a kind of a career step for them? You don't hire new parole officers?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Do probation officers work less overtime than the others, or is everybody more or less the same?
So the difference for probation and parole officers, their choice to work overtime is voluntary. They do provide augmentation. And our corrections officers and corporals and so on, there is both forced and voluntary overtime.
Gotcha. Yeah, because this $2 a day doesn't sound right to me, because you have 4,000 officers. $2 a day would be less than $1,000 a year. So we'd be talking $4 million for that out of 165, right? So, it's got to be way more than that. If you just think about it in terms of 1/6 of the officers are on parole and probation, then 1/6 of the budget would be more like $25 million or something like that. You see what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, understand how you're getting there. I want to be more prepared to answer your question.
Okay. All right. I'll let you think about that.
I'm- Yeah, I was trying to get to which page was my field services budget?
489.
Yes, that's 77 probation and parole officers. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. So 15 million divided by 4,000 is $4,000 each, not the, right. So it's more like $5 a day or something. Anyways, okay, very good. So it's still a low number.
It's,
Yeah.
and bear with me, that $2 is from my FY22 annual report, and I'm going to be surrendering the FY23 soon, and then the FY24 in synchronicity. So I'm getting all caught up.
All right, let's ask
I am.
any other sort of general questions from the Representative Munns?
Thank you. I see in your budget, and I don't think it's unique to your budget, but there is about $2.4 million in FY26 of what are called current expenses. What are current expenses?
Those are our class 20 expenses, paper, pens, those disposable items. They're under, by state manual procedures and Department of Administrative Services, under $249.99 or less are considered current expense.
So that's the new way of saying miscellaneous.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they probably,
Anything over 249.99 is considered equipment. So you see that in class 30.
they probably have a lot of paper cups and things like that.
Well, to your point, there are different consumables within the correctional institutions. We are literally trying to reduce physical paper, but
Gotcha. Representative Evil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said, does anyone have any more general questions? I don't know if this meets your definition or not.
Okay.
But I
Before
read.
we get to the page.
Yes, right. I read an incredibly comprehensive two-part series of articles on indigent council representation in the state of New Hampshire. And so I guess I appreciate being on Division One because I understand what a huge, there's so many threads that make up the sweater, right?
yes.
So one of the comments in there was that the number of incarcerated people really can track back to what is considered a class A or B misdemeanor and what is considered a felony. I mean, would you say that was a fair statement?
I think that's statutorily makes sense.
Yeah, and so one of the things that they were saying as far as our system, and I'm not arguing one way or the other, I'm just making a comment like what was in there for simple possession, if you moved it from a class A to a B or a B to an A, I don't know which way it is, it could really affect the whole system and the processing of the claims. And the other thing is that for felonies, for theft, right now, it's $1,000 to become a felony. And if you moved it to 1,500, or if you moved it to 2,000, you could also change the incarceration rates. So I'm not arguing one way or the other, but I think as we sit here, recognizing this is this huge package and incarceration rates, costs are so much higher than some of these others, tweaking things way out here can make a huge difference, like way out here. And I know on possession, I assume they're talking about marijuana, and how they, but would you say I know you're not arguing one way or the other, but would you say that was a fair statement?
Representative, anytime the state adjusts statutes to, I would say, adjust a felony to a misdemeanor, or even down to a violation and a fine, those clearly affect the use of the New Hampshire Department of Corrections and that type of incarceration. And then in carefulness, and again, I do not oversee county jails, when you adjust something to a misdemeanor, you would be having that person serve incarceration potentially in a county jail if they're not on probation as a diversion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I hope that was general.
Yes, good. No, and I would tend to agree with you, and I'm willing to bet that $1,000 cutoff is really old.
Like we're talking about when fines are set. Yeah.
So I know you do a lot
Representative
of
Warren.
training when you have them in prison. I know that you have your own SAU. So there's probably a major portion of the inmates that don't have a high school diploma, and maybe they get it through there. I know you have carpentry and auto shop and all that. What do you think is the most successful program in perhaps stopping the recidivism? Is it getting the high school diploma? Is it getting the training, or is it hard to tell?
Representative Weiler, I would tell you that nationally, when they look at what makes the most profound difference, providing somebody with a base education is the first and foremost thing you would do. And then you'd layer on, again, vocational skills, because most individuals are in need of those for that success.
What percentage do you think come in there without a diploma?
I would tell you that on the men's side, I don't have the exact percentage, but a larger number of them have not completed their high school level of education. On the female side, a lot of them have completed their base education, and for them, it's post-secondary and vocational skills.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative
Just
Evil.
to follow up on that, and Mr. Chair, this follows up on a conversation we had in here. I don't even know what day it was anymore. But I worked a lot on dyslexia and dyslexic education and early screening. And one of the things that we found to support trying to do better with dyslexia was something like 20% or 25% of the people that were incarcerated had learning disabilities that sort of threw them off the path
Yes.
forward, which was just, I mean, it's probably higher, I just don't want to exaggerate, but just emphasizing the importance of early intervention and educational support.
And to your point, I would offer that we not only have to comply with the special education standards, but we also offer that the other issues around learning disabilities in education that don't meet the special education standards for the students, people who, inmates who are getting education services. If I could, sir,
Go
I
ahead.
do want to point out the other reduction we consciously made was approximately $1.3 million in contracted services for forensic evaluations. We are not statutorily required to provide those services. And so in order to meet the target, we did take that out of our medical budgeting line.
What is a forensic evaluation? What do you mean?
So those are the criminal competency orders that come out of the judiciary. The statute speaks to the ability for a defense counsel to question criminal competency in cases. When that comes forward, then it is the charge of the prosecution to essentially negate that claim, and the judge then orders a criminal competency evaluation. The statute 13517 speaks to the education standards of the person who would do that in our state, but does not create an office of forensic examiners. It also does not bound it to the Department of Corrections. It is simply a contracted services that is an archive of moving the secure psychiatric unit to the department in the 80s. And we're not going to continue to fund that in the next biennium budget in this budget proposal.
But on the other hand, I noticed on page 496, you're adding 5 more people to mental health. Is that related or?
Six. Yeah, I'm definitely not adding those to criminal competency. So I have in that line, am I looking at this? Let me use, you tackle that.
So it's actually just transferring positions from other accounting units. So we had an executive secretary that moved from accounting unit 3373, a recreation therapist that moved from accounting unit 5833, and then we had an admin, a clinical mental health clinician, and a nurse.
I can't hear you very well.
Oh.
Could you be a little
And then we had
closer?
3 positions that moved from 8234. So if you refer back to those sheets, you'll see there's changes in those position counts.
So it's not an addition. We've moved people to different organizational units to account for where their service is delivered within the department.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But they're within this mental health accounting unit, no?
The contract money, the 1.3, will show up under class 101 and not as personnel lines because they are not state employees. The state, I think, would be challenged to hire a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist, given the unique niche career costs
see.
of those.
Right. But so say again why this went from 24 to 29?
We moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people from different accounting units into this accounting unit.
Right.
Yes.
So from the secure psychiatric unit, you moved 2. From the rehabilitative services, you moved 1, et cetera, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
And
okay.
we have in the past, if it helps the committee, sent you those transfers in a separate spreadsheet. Happy to do that.
Okay. But just you think you need more in this area for some reason?
Yes, we just shift. So sometimes what I find, Representative McGuire, Chairman, is that they've been sitting in another county unit performing the service for this unit, and this is cleanup time.
Okay. All right. So let's go back to page 473. What is victim services?
Yes, victim services, we have by statute our own Bureau of Victim Services to support individuals affected by felony level crime. So on any given day, we're supporting more than 2,000 people who have been affected by the crimes of those incarcerated in the state of New Hampshire. A majority of this funding does come from VOCA, the federally funded, it's been 4 decades across the nation. And They provide both support for individuals who are coming into our institution for parole hearings against survivors and victims of crime, felony level crime only at this point by statute.
So are you really going to get an extra, whatever it is, 140,000, 120,000 per year from the federal government for this?
So the majority of that funding is to fund 2 positions. They're partially funded, and there was a vacancy. So in speaking with New Hampshire Department of Justice, they did estimate that that would be what our revenue would be, and that is kind of what we would have expected in fiscal year 24 had we had that position filled.
So the Department of Justice is basically transferring you this money for this thing? Is that it?
Yes,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
the entity that receives the federal VOCA dollars and then they award those.
Okay, but you're adding 350,000 of general fund also. On page 473, yeah?
The general fund for fiscal year 24 spend was 355, and then it kind of continues.
Well,
That rate.
yes, but I mean, just to do this job, there's a significant amount of general funds too.
There is. Again, there are 2,000 plus people we provide support to that come into the institution. The position allocation had included an administrative support person who literally physically mailed out notification. When we went to the automated, it's called VINE, Victim Information Notification System, we learned that we didn't need that executive role anymore, but we would benefit more from another victim witness specialist who literally helps people prepare both what they want to say at a parole hearing to their perpetrator and helps coordinate bringing them in so they feel safe. We are interestingly unique in that our parole hearings, the victim has to sit in the same room with someone who may have sexually assaulted them and this far away. So having another victim witness specialist to help support that process really is the right thing to do. So we only have 2 victim witness specialists to do that work now, and one is being recruited for as we speak.
So you think including the victims in this way has some rehabilitative effect, is that?
It is our charge by statute to provide appropriate support to victims and survivors of crime, felony level crime. I think it's good safety planning for individuals. It also helps educate them on what the actual process is, so they come in incredibly well informed. Most people don't anticipate that they're going to have to understand how to navigate the criminal justice system, let alone the complications of the correction system. And that's what these 2 full-time employees, 1 right now and 2 in the future, will do.
I mean, presumably they want to be there, right? I mean,
Some people are nervous, but they want to have their voice, and they don't know how to do that without feeling safe. There are a lot of strong, confident people who want and come even angry, and we have to actually coach them on how to present in a way that they're going to be heard and not just sound angry. And I don't mean to be insensitive, but we want people to literally have the right voice in the room, especially in parole hearings and release hearings.
interesting. Representative Eber.
Well, I was just remembering our discussion with the Attorney General yesterday that he had $9-something million in general funds in his budget that the governor had put in because we were losing federal appropriations. Do you remember the VOCA? So part of the money then would be coming to you from the, right.
That's my understanding.
All right. Okay. So the next one I wanted to talk about is correctional industries, page 479. So this one anticipates like an extra $1 million of income over what you actually got in 2024 going forward. Is that accurate?
We essentially just flat funded it from fiscal year 25's adjusted authorized. And so I think what made the difference up was vacancies at the time and some,
Span right in our ear. We can't hear. very
sorry.
well. Sorry.
so it's a,
You want to turn that off, maybe? Is that?
I don't care, but if she just gets closer to the mic.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
Okay.
So it's essentially flat funded for fiscal year 25's ask.
Right, but this is money, they're selling stuff, right? Or they're doing services or something.
Correct.
Right? So wouldn't it be more accurate to have something closer to what the actual in this case? Yeah.
I potentially,
I mean, are you expecting the activity to increase by 20%? You know?
I would say it is fair that we forecasted new vocations and new opportunities in industries. We are hopeful that we will take in more revenue. We've increased and invested in printing and marketing resources. We've also invested more in our sublimation work that we're doing so that we can actually sell and produce goods and really reinforce both budget neutral, but again, revenues for this particular area. And it's unique, obviously, to the work we do in corrections.
Yeah.
This furniture
Yeah.
and all the signs we see.
Yeah.
They produce most of the signs, and some of the towns that want a special sign, Town Beach, open such and such. A lot of them are contracted.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I
Busy
have
place.
I have in my house some great things that they've made, you know, so,
Yeah.
but my main point is, if you look at 2024, you'll see that there's 243,000 of general funds, and that's going away in future years. So I'm worried that if these agency income doesn't materialize, then you're going to come back to fill in with general funds because you don't want to lay off any of these 22 people, right? So
And I hear you. And we also requested a footnote because those positions are funded by their revenue. They're motivated
Okay.
to make this money because that's another incentive.
Okay. Anyways, I guess that's more for, anyways, you understand the concern. All right. Representative Mons.
Thank you. I understand that the inmates are paid a small stipend for their work doing this work. Where does that show up in the budget?
So anywhere you see class 68 remuneration, a word I've practiced saying out
Okay.
loud for years, that's
Great.
that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So most of the rest of the stuff is the thing we talked about, overtime versus full-time. I guess, why don't we try page 486? So, let's see here, 486. Equipment. Yeah, so you're planning on, what is this, contractual maintenance, buildings and grounds, 242,000.
Yes. One area of business I learned as a department that we did not have a called kitchen grade cleaning contract for our kitchens. This funds those contracts. So it is to make sure that our public health inspected kitchens meet the standard of sanitation. We do have inmates who clean on a daily and regular basis, but that's what these increases are the result of. We had not previously had any regular commercial private entity who knows how to clean those kitchens to meet those standards come in.
And the inmates can't be trained to do to that level, or?
It's also the equipment that they bring in
Oh, I see.
and the venting systems and the grease traps. And so again, the inmates do clean the kitchens. This is to assure that we meet our public health inspection. And we've been doing it this year, and we just want to be mindful that we've been basically essentially choosing not to do other things to make sure those kitchens are clean.
Oh, so the fiscal year 25 number is not really zero.
Correct.
I see. Okay. All right. Oh, let's go to page 499. And I saw this in two places. Prescription drugs. So see on page 499, class 100. There's a big decrease, $3 million in prescription drug costs from actual to budgeted. So is that realistic?
I think that's a fair question. We've been implementing the reentry 1115A waiver that we received as a state from the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services. We have a pilot occurring where 45 days prior to an inmate's release, if they're eligible for Medicaid, and 90% of people are, this project covers 30 days worth of discharge medications. And our goal is obviously to increase continuity of transfer treatment so that we reduce that reincarceration rate. That affects our pharmacy line. In addition to that, we have a major discount on the pharmaceuticals we're using in the treatment of opioid use disorder. And so we're trying to be mindful again that we don't want to budget for more than we need, but we also are still asking for the footnote that if the pharmaceutical costs increase nationally, that we're prepared to come back before fiscal and G&C for additional appropriations.
Okay, because it appears in two places, I think.
I would also add, we also have our 340B purchasing through partnership with Health and Human Services in our state, and we're trying to continue to reduce the costs of the hepatitis C pharmaceuticals in HIV pharmaceuticals used in the institutions.
That's a big cost? Is that-
Those were at one time almost 150,000 per person receiving those medications,
my
and now they're I think 15,000, and I'll verify those numbers. I don't want to be wrong there.
Representative Munns.
I'd like to use this as like a jumping off point on maybe a broader discussion of medical and pharmacy. And I know you've got a page on that in your presentation. I guess my question is, where does the funding for that come from? I mean, I'm looking through the materials. It appeared to me that most of it's coming from general funds.
Yes.
But you've also mentioned that you have this, waiver through Medicaid.
It just started.
Trying to understand that's how much, that's a federal program. So how much of the federal government how much is coming from the federal government versus the state in New Hampshire?
Yeah. Representative Munns, most 99.9% of what we spend on inmate healthcare comes from the general fund. The project I just referenced literally kicked off February 15th of 2025. And so part of our forecasting over the next few years was in this line and hoping that we would reduce it through that work. I won't be able to let you know until we navigate each month thereafter on the federal portion. I will like to add that under current Medicaid rules, if someone ends up in an inpatient stay at a hospital during incarceration, we can remit for Medicaid to retro cover that inpatient stay. So I say that because we've deferred almost $2 million to be paid under Medicaid for inpatient stays during incarceration for inmates. In the absence of that $2 million would be paid under the general fund. The process we've understood is the way in which your stay at a hospital is ordered is based on the provider who literally writes in the order. So for any one of us, if we're in the hospital, a provider orders in writing, fundamentally, that I'm in here for an inpatient stay. Or they can order you in for an observation stay. If you're in the hospital under an observation stay and you're there for 7 days and you're an inmate, that can't be reimbursed under Medicaid.
How much in Medicaid reimbursement under this new waiver program have you assumed in the budget for 26 and 27?
I'll get that to you. I don't have that right in front of me today that we're forecasting.
And I guess that, will lead to my final question, which is, given that the budget in Washington, the proposed budget in Washington has, approximately $800 billion of Medicaid cuts included in it. It would be good to know that to understand, what the risk to the state budget's going to be if some of those cuts end up impacting this program.
Thank you. I think that's a very thoughtful question. We'll get
Thank you.
on that.
All right. So the last page that I wanted to look at was 504, which is professional standards. So what is that?
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Our Division of Professional Standards houses our New Hampshire Department of Corrections investigators, as well as our Prison Rape Elimination Act employees. We have to meet that federal standard annually. And then it also includes our agency auditor and a state administrative rules writer and policy writer. So in order to comply with the standards of New Hampshire RSA 106L, which is the valid complaint against a certified or certifiable law enforcement officer, a portion of those investigators do, under that statute, a valid law enforcement investigation. Since the inception of that law in January 1 of 2023, we've learned we needed additional resources. So I recently reclassed a position to add to that. The incarcerated population makes a lot of allegations, and those allegations have to be investigated according to that law. In addition to, if those allegations are criminal in nature, we have to have a solid partnership with the Attorney General's Public Integrity Unit so that we make the right notifications at the right time within the right standards, all balanced by employees' rights under the collective bargaining agreement. It's a very complex but appropriate set of standards, and this division is the primary resource there. I also want to then shift gears that inmates try to bring in contraband, they engage in assaults, and all those other things, and this division does all of that investigative work as well as criminal charges referrals. If somebody assaults an officer, assaults a staff member, any of those things, this division makes sure that justice is actually effectuated in those cases. We, under the Switching Gears Prison Rape Elimination Act, audit 3 sites a year, every year in a 3-year cycle. And if the department does not meet the Prison Rape Elimination Act standards, we affect burn jag dollars that would come into the state in the form of federal grant dollars. The department has passed our audits, and so the positions dedicated to that are to make sure we continue to do so.
Now, are these mostly Group 2? I mean, it's sort of what I
Yes.
would think of as a police detective kind of thing.
That's
Is
a
that-
very fair analogy. Yes, they're most of, now 15 of them are all certified New Hampshire Department of Corrections law enforcement.
Great. Okay. Very good. So I ran out of questions. Who else? Representative Evo.
They prepared a very thorough presentation here, and I just wondered in our questioning if there were things that you would like us to know from your presentation. I noticed in particular, you talked about the new prison.
Oh, yes, we
Yes.
need to talk about that.
Thank
Yes.
you. Again, we did not want to take you through the same presentation we did the last time, as it's the same proposed budget. I did add additional pages, just thinking you may have questions about the proportionment, and so you'll see those
And House Bill 2.
on 2. We anticipated the question, which was answered on page 3. Again, page 4 and 5. I don't want to take you through all of those, but again, it's to help, again, follow up on that presentation and give you more detail. On page 11, I do want to point out decisions made by the legislature to fund additional specialty courts. I wanted you to go fully informed on what a cost of one probation and parole officer would look like and what those lines are included. If you so fund it, we would ask that you add or ask how many probation parole officers would be necessary and put that complement in our budget if through the legislative budgeting process those specialty courts are funded. We really want to be a good partner, but we don't want to be where we were through the implementation of drug courts. So that's on page 11. Following that page and hearing the questions, and I have consulted with the
Is there a bill number associated with that one?
My understanding is when I was here the last time, someone had shared that Judge Delker had talked about the young adult court happening in Manchester. We do not currently have an additional probation and parole officer. We have agreed to take some portion of an existing officer to support 3 to 5 people, but that limits the number of people they can have in that young adult court. I just don't, we don't have the additional resource.
So is it a bill?
I don't think it's,
I
I
haven't
think
been,
it was in the judicial branch presentation.
Yeah.
Presentation, there was some discussion of it.
Okay, all
but
right.
just to give you the information you need as you navigate any other agency's ask that could affect the department.
Along the lines of if you pull a thread here, other things, it's just all connected.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Melissa, can you track that down if it's in somebody else's budget? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I can look into that. It was brought up by the judicial branch.
Okay. Very good.
Okay. And then on page 12 and 13, we try to give you a nice brief one pager. I did listen to Representative Weiler talking about this, and he explained it very well. But we wanted to make sure you had those resources on page 12 and 11. So $10 million came out of HB2 as part of the FY 24-25 budget. And we have the contracted partner, who is DLR Group, is well on time with that project in looking at the physical ground and any geologicals, and also doing what's called programming and trying to understand what we need, what we have now, how to think about how we put a building on the physical ground in a way to create efficiency. We've talked about technology. So they've met with every area of the department who is part of the operation at the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. And we're going to have some follow-up meetings to see how much square feet they're forecasting right now. The $10 million will not get you to bid spec documents. It's to do some base groundwork. If you turn the page to page 13, this $40 million intention through HB 2024 literally is to do that, so that we get the $10 million investment, then we get the $40 million investment, which is here are the blueprints, and here's what it will look like, and here's where the mechanicals and all of the electricity and everything is. I'm working with the Department of Public Works on that process. They're putting out what they refer to as an RFI. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on what that means for the Department of Public Works. I am much more familiar with requests for proposals, but it's to garner interest from engineers, to let them
That's
know.
what the I is for, request for or information.
Yeah, to garner interest in this $40 million project, let national firms know this is where we're headed. And the last conversation, I understand things change, is that we're intended to put out a request for proposal in the month of March. I have provided narrative information to include in that proposal and continue to work with them on it. So I put the what's included in the $40 million. I will tell you the $10 million and the geological shows that we can build back there. And so that's good news. There is water, just like on any landscape.
Remember, we wasted 2 years on the women's prison trying to find a location.
That's correct, sir. And
Plus, I'm delighted to see bonding authority, so we don't have to put it in the budget. They put it in the capital budget. So that's,
We still pay it, though.
no, it's less,
yes.
we have to deal with an HB1.
Sure.
Right. And I have been speaking with the treasurer to let her know where this project is. We did just have a conversation this week. So talked about it not needing to be bonded right now because of where we are in the process. We won't likely end up with a contract because of the request for proposal process until after June of 2024. We further theoretically discussed whether we needed to bond all 40 million at once. And we have had some suggested conversation that they could do 20 million in one fiscal year and 20 million in the other. And I will defer all that type of expertise to the accounting
It may even
experts.
be 2027 before they even know what's the proposal.
It's true, sir.
Representative Evil, then Representative Mose.
I think I know the answer to this question, but I looked at the capital budget proposal from the governor, and there's no additional monies for the new prison in the capital budget, and I didn't see anything, of course, in the operation. So at this point, this is all the money that you have.
This is the money that is invested in understanding what it would cost the state of New Hampshire to replace the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. Yes, we do have some capital budget appropriation requests because we still need to keep the infrastructure afloat while we continue this
Right.
work.
I can't remember, it's like $12 million or something.
That sounds about
It's
right.
quite a bit to just keep things rolling.
Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for my more experienced members of the committee here. Where does the debt service get charged? Does that end
It's
up
in the treasurer's budget.
It's in the treasurer's budget?
Yeah, we had her before, but she's going to come back at some point.
Okay,
so,
so it doesn't hit the department's budget?
No,
Okay.
no. And Yeah, we're paying UNH's debt in our treasurer's budget. Anyways, the key thing with this new prison is to design it like Berlin to be efficient with in the way number of officers needed per inmate, unlike Concord prisons.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. One key factor in every conversation I have had is we have areas of our department that may be asking for things, but if we can't staff a building, then the building will never work. So we've also continued to share with them what our current staffing is, what our historical staffing has been. And I'll give you a simple example. Designing a control room in a prison that requires 2 people, and we've never historically been able to put 2 people in it, is an automatic recipe for failure.
Yeah. Okay. So, very good. All right, let's continue.
And again, so I anticipated you'd have more questions on the formal line-by-line budget. Didn't want to go through all of these pages again, but wanted to just provide you the same similar presentation resources. So if you have any questions from the last time I didn't answer, I can certainly go through those, or any additional questions on the
Well,
line-by-line.
let's go to the HB2 things.
Yeah, Melissa, could you just get us the information on the bonding, if it's in the capital budget, just where it is, just so we can see the bill? Just
Yeah.
get us the bill. That's what I just want to see.
Yep, I'll email it. It's the
Okay,
HB
great.
2024. Yep.
Thanks.
Nine.
Yes, Representative Leishman.
So going back to the budget on page 501, dealing with employee development, I see that you're reducing that from 15 to 10. I was just curious of the impact or why. It's on page 501 and 502.
Yeah. Is that the training line? Thank you, Representative Leishman. We reduced that to meet the target. It would mean $15,000 less in, you're talking personnel? There you go.
We just moved them to different accounting units where they made more sense for them to be charged. It's not really reducing the support for that division.
Further question?
Yes, I'm guessing these were vacant positions, right? Or no?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I'm not sure looking at this, but it's not necessarily they were vacant. They just, some of them went to the HR accounting unit and some of them went to 7101.
All right, Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I think we probably all know that you were the greatest grabber of general funds out of all agencies and government, at least in state government here. And I appreciate you holding the line. I looked at of course, the last page, 507, the same number of employees. It looks like you're knocking things down again. But of course, my concern that you do have that authority to go to fiscal if you exceed your expenses to ask for additional funding. You feel pretty confident that you've got enough money here so you don't have to come to fiscal very often, or?
Representative Leishman, I appreciate that. And I think it would, especially on the healthcare side, I think that's always a challenge. And I'll just give you a for example. I have a person, we have an inmate who just came in who is costing us $20,000 a month in pharmaceuticals. And so I'm looking at what their sentence structure is. I'm looking at what their crimes are and trying to decide if it's appropriate for medical parole. In this instance, the amount of time they've been incarcerated and their crime type, I can't in good conscience sign a medical parole and put the victim of that person's crime through a medical parole. So I am making a conscious decision balanced with what I just stated, that it's going to cost us $20,000 a month.
And again, nice handout, very well put together as usual. Thanks. Thanks,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, so should we look at House Bill 2 briefly here? There's, looks like 2 items or something. Is
I
there-
did put those on page 9 and 10 of my presentation, if it's easier, and cited the pages from the bill. The first footnote is again about overtime and adds the piece we spoke about last time and this time, that if the historical strategy didn't meet the measure to fund overtime, we would come before fiscal and then so on to governor and council. The Second item is a cleanup item because through legislative process, we've added unclassified. We took a classified deputy warden and made it an unclassified deputy warden, and we have deputy directors who are unclassified. So just fixing that authority in 21H7. And then
Are these in the commissioner's office, the first section of the budget?
the different positions are throughout different accounting units depending on who they support. So for example, if there's a deputy director of rehabilitative services, which there is, they're under that accounting unit as a unclassified employee. And the deputy warden, for example, will be under the New Hampshire State Prisons accounting unit, and you'll see a change in number of classified and unclassified. It'll go from 1 to 1.
I see.
The other request was around the industry's inventory account, talking about those permanent positions and fixing what we learned is they are being charged to that fund, but the statute's not aligned to that. And we identified that as an area in which we needed to bring forward for correction in statute.
Cleanup.
Yes,
I see.
we don't want the general fund to pay for those positions.
Any other questions about this? No? All right. Good. Representative Weiler.
I'm impressed at how well prepared you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So we can either talk to the parole board early, or we can wait 15 minutes. What do you? I think I see him here. So. Yeah. So is that going to break our procedures? No, we'll be okay. All right.
I mean,
well,
they're a sub-agency of Department of Corrections, so I think they
okay.
still fall under there.
So we're good.
They're administratively attached.
Yeah, okay,
Thank
good.
you.
And that might give us a little more time for military, right? So, all right, thank you very much, Commissioner. All right, parole board, which is on, I think it's just the next page.
Yeah, they're on page 505 and 506.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is almost thicker than the other one.
I know.
All right. So, welcome. Are you, Mr. McKee?
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Roger Phillips, and I'm chairperson of the Adult Parole Board. Excuse me. In order to meet the governor's target budget, which was a $823,000 goal, we had to, in order to accomplish that, we had to eliminate a staff member. And so we're here today asking for reinstatement of that. As you're probably aware, and I understand the problems associated with the revenue side of the budget that the state of New Hampshire is facing. On the other hand, it can affect a small department like ours more drastically than it will a larger department.
So are you saying one of the four is unfunded? Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And although we had in November asked for that to be included, it didn't make the trailer budget either.
Is this a vacant position? Or?
It is not a vacant
Okay.
position. It is one that is filled now, and one, obviously, that we rely upon. the challenges of parole and parole revocation are no different now than they were a few years ago. There are some exciting things in the sense that in communities, people now have an opportunity to go into a sober house when they're paroling from the state's prison, and I do not know what will happen, of course, on the federal side in the event that that Medicaid is changed, because those inmates who are released and on parole more often than not are on Medicaid in order to get the treatment that they need, both medical and for substance abuse. Would you like to, with me today is Jay Mackey, who's the Director of Operations, who could address other, we tried to put together in our packet what information concerning our function and what we do and how we're hopefully moving to the stage of evidence-based decision-making. And the federal government, through the Department of Corrections, we are now on the list as a state, as the third state to receive it this coming year. But as a result, board members are going to have to be trained in that. And the idea of evidence-based decision-making is that all members are looking at the same materials, the 8 or so domains that are needed, and that any board member would come to the same decision faced with this information. So hopefully my bias in whatever fashion I don't think I have doesn't raise its ugly head as we do that. But it does require us to, at least I would hope that we had an audit, in 2019. I came on the board that year as a member, and there have been substantial changes made in the parole office, and I think we're more efficient. We now are, at least we're working with laptop computers and have digital packets as opposed to the paper that we had years ago. But the main reason we want to do it, on the next to last page of the packet, it indicates activity in 2024. I want you to understand that that's only a 9-month version. It isn't up to
So
date.
just for your information, the governor did put in your $10,000 for out-of-state travel
Oh,
in your budget.
all right.
So, yeah, so that's already there. Okay. All right. Okay. Yes, Representative Munn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. The one position that is proposed to be eliminated, which one is that? I'm looking at your organization chart on page 3.
I can answer that. So I had submitted 2 organizational charts,
Okay.
one with and one without that position. So the first one is the one with the position, and it is the Secretary 2
Okay.
position. That position, as you said, is currently filled. It is mainly responsible for the scheduling of parole hearings as well as vetting all the plans. When a parolee is, when an inmate is approved for parole, we then have to send out their housing plan to the DOC Field Services to be investigated prior to their release. That position that one of her main functions is vetting all those housing plans, sending them out to field services and getting them back in. We currently have 6 staff, including myself, in the office, 5 full-time, 1 part-time. And we originally looked at cutting the part-time position, but that wouldn't bring us down. We could get under the target number, but we would have no money except for salaries. So we had to choose a full-time position to do, and that basically cuts about 17% of our workforce. As, you know, Chair Phillips said, we're a much smaller agency.
Now, did you get more, you got more part-time? You have 150,000 there.
That also
must be
includes all
more
the
than
board
one.
members'
Yeah.
stipends.
Oh, I see. Yes,
Yeah, their annual stipends.
gotcha. Yeah, which we changed, I guess, last time
Yep.
a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Roughly how much of that is the board?
40, 70, 130,
Oh, so it's almost all the board.
almost all of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The chairperson gets 40,000. The
The
vice
vice chair.
vice chairperson gets 40,000. The other 3 board members get 30,000 annually.
Gotcha. Okay. And how often does the board meet?
Most every Tuesday is a revocation day, and most every Thursday are parole days. And we also have an administrative meeting on the 4th Friday of every month. But it's not the hearing days that
Right,
takes the
there's a lot of
time, it's
homework.
the preparation.
Sure, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that from before.
Yes.
90 to 100 pages for parole hearings. That's not including and
When I started, the cardboard carton would be delivered to the front porch of my house of just paper. Yeah, and we'd have to go through that over the weekend to get ready for the, either the Tuesday or Thursday hearing for both. Yeah.
You can ask. All right, Representative Evil.
On your chart, which is the position that you cut?
it would be the page before that, the Secretary 2.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
gotcha.
Oh,
And then
I
on the very last page of your presentation, if that was reinstated,
That is what she is expected to, with her salary and benefits over fiscal year 26 and 27.
okay.
In
And-
other words, that is the amount we're seeking to be.
So just, if you lose that person, does that mean that the number of folks that might be eligible for parole, it just slows down the whole process? Or if you have people that are supposed to come off, or, you know, they're having a hearing to see if they need to go back to jail? I mean, does the whole process really slow down because you don't have the support staff?
It will slow down. Recently, we've actually been running without one staff member in the office over the last few months because of multiple issues. The Secretary 2 went out on medical leave for about a month. And right when she came back, I went out. I'm just returning from back surgery myself. When we have people go on vacations or miss some time, we're able to figure it out. But if we lose that staff member, it will slow our process down a bit.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking about it in terms of administration of justice. And also if you look at the cost of incarceration, if you're slowing down the number of people that can go on parole, it keeps those numbers up. If they stay incarcerated longer than they might otherwise have to, because you weren't able to get through the parole process as
Well,
quickly
we
as
do
you
our very
should.
best to make certain.
Right,
that
I'm sure you do.
A parole hearing before.
Yeah, I'm
that-
not slamming you. I'm just trying to say that without adequate staffing, a lot of that gums up.
Yes.
Well, that's right, especially in a small office where if someone is ill or out, and these folks are trained to do more than just one function. They'll step into the shoes of someone else. But without that extra person, that's going to be very difficult.
Well, and then conversely, if somebody shouldn't be on parole anymore, you want to get them off the streets if they should be. Anyway,
But-
thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wyman.
So when you went from that box full of paperwork that somebody had to make copies of to computer, how much did that save in office time and preparation? Not only for what, it didn't save your preparation, but the office should have been saved a lot of preparation time from boxing it up, copying it all, and make sure everybody got delivered.
That's true, but there's also one other thing that's happened. The parole office for years has relied on paper.
Yep.
And all of this has to be scanned in now, so we have records. If we lose a staff member like that, how are we ever going to get up to date and scanning the things that should be done? And then they'll be scanned and into file hold. And that was my hope, is that we would be able to start, because we still have paper file cabinets. These things have to be scanned and put in. And I'm really concerned about that. And I think it's essential that we have that person available so that can be accomplished.
Yeah, the scanning is almost as timely as the paper copying.
Are your records duplicated at the Department of Corrections?
No.
No.
Well, we have a crossover between the two because Department of Corrections do supervise the parolees in the community. But what we have right now, which is still an archaic system, is we have the green file that we produce when somebody goes up for a parole hearing. They then, once they're approved for parole and they go out into parole, that green file gets sent to that district office for that parole officer. And then any supervision stuff that needs to be done is put in that file. And if they come back to the prison for revocation, that green file gets sent back to us. It's a whole back and forth thing. So yes, some of the files, but our parole board files are separate from the DOC files.
I see. But all this green file thing is paper still.
Yes,
I see.
which
But-
is, we've been talking about switching it over, kind of trying to get into the process of switching it all over. All our interstate plans, people that are now on parole in other states have started to be scanned into the database.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Other questions? No? Yes, Representative Munch.
Thank you. If I'm looking at your cover letter in your packet, and it looks like this additional staff person was a direct result of the LBA audit
Yes.
and the recommendations included in there. So I'm assuming that, and I think you say this in your letter, but if that position is eliminated, you would run the risk of kind of running afoul of the audit results.
Of the recommendations, that's right. We're finally getting to that point where we can be more efficient and do things well, and that would-
Yep.
Okay. I think it would have an adverse impact.
Okay, thank you.
So for me, just looking at your org chart, if I were eliminating one position, it would be the supervisor, right? Because you have 2 chiefs for 4 Indians here, right? And so couldn't the director supervise everybody else?
That was the position that was created by the audit, the supervisor position. That person is currently in charge of running all the revocation hearings.
Mm.
If we were to lose that position with all of so we chose to eliminate the position that had the lowest labor grade with the least amount of responsibilities. So the office could still function if we are unable to get it back. It would be taking on a lot less. If we remove the supervisor and now we have to take those high level duties to disperse amongst myself or other people at a lower level, it'll.
So are
put a
you
whole
saying
lot.
that person is really more in parallel with you, right? You're doing the parole hearings and they're doing the revocation hearings?
She's doing the revocation hearings. The parole hearings are done by the case manager.
Yep.
I'm overseeing everything,
Okay,
but I'm also responsible for, getting all the inmates back that are in revocations, tracking them when they're out of state and coming back,
I see.
as well as obviously.
So that
being in places
person
like
is
this.
not really supervising all
She
these
does.
other.
She does some of the evaluations in the office.
Okay. All right, well, maybe we have to talk about that. Okay. Thank you. Other questions? No, don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So since we're going, what, take a break? 5 minutes? Okay. We have almost 10 minutes, 9 minutes. Okay. All right, we are going to page 206.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. For the record, I'm Major General David Michaelitis, Adjutant General for the New Hampshire National Guard, Commissioner, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. And I'm joined here today with the Deputy Adjutant General, Ms. Nicole Bixler.
How are you?
So broadly speaking, I just want to cover the mission statement, broad overview of the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. We'll go into some details, and then I'll defer to you all for any questions you may have on specifics. So first and foremost, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services has a dual mission. Primary mission is to support the men and women, soldiers, airmen, and federal civilians within the New Hampshire National Guard that number over 3,000 strong. Our secondary mission is to support the over 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. In our veteran service portfolio, that includes the Veteran Cemetery, Division of Community-Based Military Programs, and the Division of Veteran Services. So those are our two broad mission statements to support the men and women in uniform. They include over 3,000 service members and federal civilians, and the 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. When you want to take a look at our agency budget, over 80% of our state operating, over 80% of our operating budget is federal funds. 17% of our state operating budget is general funds. We were able to meet the governor's targeted budget request. That came at a slight cost to our military affairs, our National Guard portfolio, which affected sort of our Armory portfolio, which we have over 20 armories throughout the state, and our state active duty account. We also took limited hits to our veteran service portfolio, which affected our Division of Community-Based Military Programs and our veteran cemetery. Within the governor's trailer bill language, there was no impact to the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. Current vacancies. We currently have 19 vacancies within the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. 18 of those positions are either 100% federally reimbursed or generally have a 75 federal, 25% general fund cost share. We only have one part-time vacant position that is generally funded, and it was an administrative position. When you look at the challenges we face in this budget, we can live within our means in the governor's targeted request. We are not requesting any additional funds, but I would offer to you that the challenge in this fiscal environment also is at the federal level. For example, through executive orders, we're dealing with an 8% reduction in the federal civilian workforce that affects our federal civilians, which support the men and women in the New Hampshire National Guard. Today or next Monday, we'll start the deferral, the layoff of people who have signed up for deferred resignation. And we're currently awaiting additional guidance on what to do with our federal civilian probationary employees who have been employed for less than a year. So within our workforce, there's a lot of turmoil and friction. And so of those 19 vacancies, of which 18 are 100% generally funded or 75, 25 federal state cost share, we really need those positions. They all fund and support the men and women in the New Hampshire National Guard. None of them are currently in line with our veteran service portfolio. Subject to your questions, that's all I have.
All right. Let's look at this page 206. So it looks like you're spending, you actually spent in 2024, $1.5 million of general funds, but you want that to go up by about, it looks like 800,000, something like that. So is that the general fund part of those 19 positions, or is it something else?
Vacant position. It was, sir, it was mostly vacant positions.
Okay. So are they still vacant or not?
Yes.
Okay. But you want to hire them, is that the idea?
Yes, there's a state hiring freeze we've put in for a few positions to get waivers for that are 100% federally reimbursed right now. And in the process, if there's a 75, 25 federal government, 25% general funded state cost share, we're looking to hire those positions as well.
Sorry. Yeah, I was looking at this veteran services. No, the whole thing, I'm sorry, I had the number wrong. So it's $2 million more of general funds, right? Yeah.
Page two.
Page 206, yeah, at the bottom. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, the 40 million to 42 to 42.
Right. So in 2004, you spent 5.5 million of general funds.
Oh, I got it. Yep.
Right. And now we're going to 7 point something. Right. So it's more or less 2 million more.
That was our inability to execute construction contracts or service agreements that had a federal state cost share. So we sort of dropped general funds because we couldn't execute the federal dollars associated with it.
Okay. So and the federal funds is going up hugely, right? I mean, it's but you saying this is up in the air, right? The 16 million kind of number.
No, sir, generally speaking, we significantly under-executed because of our inability to procure contract services that had a federal match.
Oh, I see. Okay. But you think that's going to change?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get to sort of exactly where in the budget those things are.
Yep. So essentially, sir, you want additional clarification on that sort of that line on
Yeah.
page 206.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the bottom line, right?
Yep.
I mean, so yeah, where is the extra $2 million of general funds being spent?
So there was of the $2 million, I think it goes, there's like 3 or 4 different places. I think one was the state vacancies, the state position vacancies that had a state cost share. That's part of it. Number 2 was our inability to execute state contracts with the federal match. And number 3 was sometimes during continuing resolutions when we receive the federal funds too late, it exasperates our problem with executing those. Like, for example, an armory, a readiness center, the 18 to 20 that we have throughout the state is a 50-50 federal state cost share. So when under continuing resolution, sometimes we get the federal dollars late, and it exasperates or compounds our problem of how we can execute those funds. So we had 1 or 2 substandard years of which we had to transfer the federal dollars into other accounts for it to be spent, and therefore we under-executed our general funds.
Gotcha. So why don't we go through the pages and we'll kind of highlight places where general funds are used, because that's
Yep.
our main concern here. All right. So let's see. Start with page 179. Okay. Administration and armories. Okay. So here's an example, right? So general fund going up by a third, right? From 1.5 to 2 million. Well, so are you going to spend in 2025 2.1 in this area?
Page 179, right?
Yeah, well, 179 it goes is
Oh, I
the
get you.
start, but 180 is where the totals are. So it looks like there were vacancies, probably.
Yep.
Vacant,
Yeah.
vacancies, half its contracts.
And
And so it was vacant positions, our inability to execute contracts, and it was the challenge or the difference in utility bills.
yes, utility bills, rents are going up, and
Yeah.
heat, electricity, et cetera, right?
So we have over 66 buildings in the Army National Guard and 44 buildings in the Air National Guard. So we have over 100 buildings. So we pay a fair amount of, we have a lot of real estate.
But you only was 2024 a very light year for electricity because you only spent,
The 1.544.
well, the 71,000. I'm looking on page 179, line 23, right? So that 71,000 is going up to 120 a year. And your rents are going from 277 to 400.
So I'm going to defer to Judy Chang, our Chief Financial Officer.
That's a good idea. Yeah, use that microphone right on the corner there. Yeah.
Wow, okay. So basically for the utility things, yes, we're trying to use the federal resource to, to save the general funds. And plus we have the very warm year in the 24th. So that's why the utility funds is much lower than we anticipate. So we did a budget at around the 220,000, but we only spent 71,000.
I see what you're saying. Okay. And rents?
The rent is ready for the city of Concord for the land. We have the airport land. And so basically the increase depend on the index every year. So the index keeps changing. So for the last 3 years, the index still the same roughly. But when we do the budget, we anticipate the index will increase. That's the reason. It's
And
low.
current expense?
Current expense, I think the current expense is normally we move that money into because when the DS changed for the snow point and for the trash, they want the coding to 103 instead of, traditionally we're coding in the class 20. That's why we move the money over there.
Okay. All right. And also your IT costs are going up, it looks like.
Yeah, the IT cost is ready for the DOIT. Are you talking about the class 27, right?
Yes.
So it's really DOIT, wherever their budget is, they charge us for the cost allocation, and we just
Sure.
do as they charge us.
Okay. All right, so that was one page. Let's see, page 181. Okay, same thing, page 181. Yes, Representative.
Sorry,
Simone.
Mr. Chair, before we leave 180, page 180, the contracts for operational services, that line went up quite a bit. What is that?
So we have the one incident when the people hit our gate. And do you want to talk about the gate on the Fort Pembroke Road gate? Yeah.
So we had an incident where I can't remember who it was, had a medical emergency and hit our security gate at one of our entrances to our reservation. And we had to contract services to fix the retaining wall, the metal fencing, and the gate itself that opens and closes automatically with an access card reader. So I think that was a significant one-time hit, and we had to pay for it.
Just generally, that line item, operational services, it's that kind of thing where you need to hire somebody to come in and do some work. Okay, thank you.
But you won't necessarily ongoing need quite so much, right?
We also has the roof issues. Our building is very old. You want to talk about that? So we can use this one to fix the coding as 100% general fund coding buildings
Okay,
to fix the building. Yeah, most of our building is either 100% federal or 50-50, 75-25, but we still have a few of the building coding as 100% general funds. And we want to fix the roof, the HVAC, and the boiler, all those things. That's the purpose.
is that what so you're saying some of the buildings are general funds and some of them?
Very few. We only have 1 or 2 buildings.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. All right. Then on page 181, I guess there were vacancies in 2024 that are being filled. Is that?
Yes, so 182 is 75% federal share and 25% state share for the Army National Guard supporting.
But where's some of these 18 positions vacant?
Yes, so some of that is the vacant positions, because that's a 75-25 share. At that time in 2024, we have a vacant positions, but we slowly fill all those positions already. So
Right.
for the sheet, the general talking about the 19 vacant positions, we don't have in the account yet. So pretty much we fill all those positions.
Okay. Now, in this case, the electricity bill is not going up so much, right? So only in that other one.
So for this utility bill, we hope, so one thing that we're trying to meet the governor's target, so we trying to manage the whole department's budgets. And that's the one reason, so we're trying to do more efficiencies with our new buildings, especially when we're looking for the capital budget to do all the renovation stuff. So hopefully the energy efficiency will helping us. Second things is we want that budget as close as we participate because the DIS changed the rule. So in case if we have the warm weather and we didn't spend the utility money, it can be moved out for any other use.
Gotcha. All right, we're going to move way ahead to Civil Air Patrol, page 194.
Mr. Chair, usually we're just a pass through. So what happens is the committee gives us the money, we pass it through to Civil Air Patrol, and if there's a cut based upon the governor's efficiency budget, we just sort of cut what's passed through. We don't take any of it. It's what the state gives to them, and we're just the.
What is Civil Air Patrol?
There's a corner building near our state military reservation. I think it's Regional Drive and Airport Road. And it's the youth-based group program, like high school kids who show up for like a day or twice a month, and they wear like an Air Force uniform. They learn about avionics and airplanes, and they fly. So there's like retired military who are their instructors, and it's to get them into the like aviation industry. It's almost like a junior ROTC program. Navy Sea cadets, very similar. It just happens to be housed on the corner next to our reservation.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
You like it, huh?
yeah.
So the governor trimmed it a bit, it looks more, yeah.
Well, usually what we'll do is we'll incorporate those budget reductions into their account, and we'll notify them that, hey, listen, based upon like, the current fiscal climate, because all we do is we're just a pass through.
Gotcha. Okay. So this one is one I remember from last time, page 199. Enlistment incentive. So we really increased that, I believe, right? Last time. Well, it was general funds, right?
Yeah.
So,
So, sir, I would offer to you that the biggest challenge for the United States military is not China or Russia. It's our ability to fill our formations of an all-volunteer force. And we struggle. At our New Hampshire Air National Guard, location, and new KC-46 refueler, we are 100% fully manned. I'm in the Army National Guard with about 1,760 positions. We're running actually like a 10% unemployment rate. That's actually fairly significant for our ability to do our number one mission, which is to fight America's wars. And so anything that we can do to help the accessions of bringing in new recruits or the retention of those service members. And so, there's a couple of best practices that we've seen from other states. So we now offer, like, say, DOT, a $1,000 referral program. So if you're an enlisted member or retiree in the New Hampshire National Guard, you refer someone to join us, you get $1,000. This year we expanded it to do a state retention bonus. So in the event the feds do not offer you a, say, 6-year, $20,000 reenlistment bonus, we've developed through the legislature a state retention bonus of really it's nominal. It's like $4,000. And so we're trying to apply some resources to ensure that we can recruit and then retain a quality volunteer force. That's the why.
how many new people are recruited every year?
It's a revolving door.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, I'll just talk about the Army Guard. 15% turnover rate. So every year we need to get 200 soldiers in. Every year we attrit 2 to 210. So the challenge is because an enlistment contract can vary between 3 to 6 years. So that we're finding this current generation, yes, they want to serve, but an enlistment contract is typically what we call a 3x5. 3 years of active service in the National Guard, week and a month, and 5 years independent ready reserve. Because service members will come in, I served, got my tuition waiver, did my college, served my country, I'm good. And so the challenge is trying to keep service members in after that first enlistment, because there's no more 20-year retirement. The federal government got rid of it. So now we're a 401k. So you join now as a junior enlisted, you don't wait for that 20-year retirement that you're going to get at age either 42 or 60, depending if you're full-time, part-time. It's a 401k. So there's really no financial incentive for service members when they
To stay a particular
to stay a length of time, because life takes over. They get a promotion in a civilian job, they get their education, they have a house, a kid, and next thing you know, life gets busy. And so we're having it. Recruiting isn't as big of an issue as it currently is right now with retention. And so we're trying to figure out different ways of retention. And so, an example, we partnered with the University System of New Hampshire and the Community College System of New Hampshire. So if you re-enlist after your first 6 years, that free tuition waiver to the university is transferable to your spouse, because we're trying to retain that family member as well. Those are the creative things we've been trying to do.
Now, you just said you're recruiting 200 a year, but you also said there are 3,000 National Guard and 15% turnover. So that'd be more like 450 a year, right? So,
That's just Army. On the Air National Guard, we're about 1,100. And so it's the same, it's almost like 10%. The Air National Guard has less turnover. They're about 1,100 strong. We typically have to assess about 100, 120. On the Army, it's technically 250, but I say 200 because that's what we call non-prior service accessions. Then you have officer commissioning, then you have interstate transfers. So generally speaking, we'll bring in about 250 new soldiers or service members in the Army Guard of a force about 1757, 1760.
oh, okay. So what you're saying is they're in two groups,
Yes,
regular National Guard and Air National Guard.
Right.
Is that
Army's about 250, Air about 110.
Army, okay, I see. Gotcha.
So about 5 years ago, they thought they were going to save money, the federal government, and it went to 401k. We call it a blended retirement system, BRS. You get, well, that's the whole point, was you now get something for any term of enlistment versus the 20% who would do 20 years. So now everyone gets something, but people don't have the incentive for the 20. Right. Right. Yeah.
Okay, but this small amount of money here, this $100,000, you can't divide it very much. I mean, not everybody is getting this.
Oh no! So generally speaking, I believe we do about 40 referrals a year, and then we just started the state retention program. It passed the legislature last year. So this is our first year. The policy just went out. So we're in the sort of initial stages of sort of testing demand signal, like, hey, what's out there?
Okay. All right, thank you. So page, let's see here. 202,
Well,
the cemetery. Okay. 202. Yeah. So there's a large increase in general funds here. Right, so it in 2024 it was only $16,000. That's going up to 250, 260 per year. So how come?
So that one is because we have so that account is 100% general fund, but however, we received, if the veteran burial in our veteran cemetery, we receive from the VA with the veteran, the revenue. And also, if you see the agency income is when we bury the spouse and the dependents. That's we collect the money from the family. So normally so in this case, on the federal funding, Last year, they changed the per veteran rates. So right now is, so every October 1st, they increase the rate. So last year's, the rates increased tremendously. I think it's a 780. I'm not really sure. I can go double check, but around that thing. So when we have that, and we're trying to decrease the general funds to basically use our, the revenue to cover the general fund.
So I think of it like this. The federal government gives us a plot allowance for every veteran we bury at the cemetery. About 2-3 years ago, a federal law changed where now a reservist or National Guards person who hasn't been activated on what we call Title 10, like a deployment overseas or southern border, is now eligible for burial in the veteran cemetery. So that's a cost we eat to giving them a dignified final resting ground based upon a change in I believe, a federal policy. So, I mean, what we have, we're trying to cover that other cost that was going to increase over time. I think we've had over 200, about 50 burials of those guardsmen and reservists, and we have another 150 or 200 on the books for like sort of that's where they're going to get buried.
And when we budget the federal funds and the agency income, again, when we do the budget, we have to figure out how many burial we were going to have, and that's a hard projection for the burial rate. So that probably you see the little bit different between 24 and 25.
What's the family cost?
150 per person.
150 per person.
Versus probably a couple, 3,000 for.
Right.
I see the paper lists them all, that's 60, 70 every month.
Yep.
Is that right? So I guess the main thing here is the expenses went up, right? So you must have had a vacancy in 2024, maybe, of the 9 people, not fully, somebody was missing, is that it?
Years it's been open, it's tripled in size. I go to a fairly great.
So, yeah, okay.
So this account's a little bit different, so if our business supervisor will know as well. So when we do the budgets, you have the clean up of fiscal year 24, then clean up the fiscal year 25. So in this account, because that revenue is brought forward, so it's hard to, to match the systems as we can provide the actual figure. So instead, the system only gave us the total, but we want to show how much we receive federal funds, how much we receive the agency income. That's why the general fund, you look like a general fund is very little, but actually it's not. It's just the system in the bar, it just doesn't reflect exactly.
So the general fund is what's left when you subtract the other 2 from the
Exactly.
expenses. Yes, I see.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
You separated 150, how long?
So I got to get back to you on that one.
The
Yeah.
burial for the family,
Yeah.
why it's 150? You want to ask?
Do you know when that was set?
That was set right in the beginning of the cemetery open, and it never changed,
Over 20 years. We have to go to the government to raise it, or we do it ourselves?
Normally, the veteran cemetery, the regular veteran cemetery would do the analysis across the countries. And if he decides change, I think we have to go to governors and physical to get approval, and they have to get the rule change.
Required to happen all over the country?
So we're looking into it. Valid point. We got to do some research on that and ask our cemetery director. Yep.
Okay.
Because essentially your question is, what is the current rate for a family member of the veteran cemetery? When did it come into effect? And is it time to take a relook and see what the proposed cost should be if it's authorized by the state of New Hampshire? Yeah, I think it's 25, to be honest with you. I think we just celebrated last year, 25.
Yeah, we're taking a serious look at fees
Yep.
because there's some that were set 50 years ago and haven't changed, So it's like,
Some of these things, like keeping the same number of employees to maintain the cemetery, but it's a lot bigger than it started at.
Bingo, sir. And so, we're trying to take a look at sort of our veteran service portfolio is 100% generally funded. So we have about 25 positions when you look at the cemetery, the veteran service officers, and the division community-based military programs. So we're taking a look internally as a veteran population ages, do we need as many veteran service officers? And as we double, triple, quadruple, because we're doing another federal expansion of the cemetery this year, do we need to put those resources over to the cemetery? Because right now we've been getting by with volunteers. We have a lot of volunteer associations who do the gardening up there and a lot of the sort of aesthetics. They're pretty flat out there. I believe it's the exact price regardless of, was it cremation?
Or burial.
Or burial, or like the box in the not urns, the columbarium versus in the ground. So I believe it's the same price, and we'll have to get back to you to just.
All right, you'll find that out. So we're running out of time, but I wanted to ask about on page 2204. There's a big increase in general funds in this area of veteran services, mental health, social isolation. So what is that?
You're talking about the increase from fiscal year 24, 465,000 to 500,
No, the next group, the next thing on the page.
this one. Yeah.
Contract for program services, right, in 2024 was only 204, and now you're spending 650-ish.
Do you want me to try? I think I know what it is. So I believe the legislature one biennium ago specifically provided us $1 million to Division of Community-Based Military Programs to execute specific programs like an Ask the Question campaign. And the contracts have finally, they've come to fruition. Like, we got the money last biennium and we're now executing the contracts. So that's why I think you see the increase from, because the legislature gave us the money to execute these contracts on behalf of our veteran population. Am I right?
Right. So in the addition, 125,000, if you look at the fiscal year 25, that is the system the DHHS created, and we were going to pay as our share by using that systems. It's called the RUP referral. But because the contract didn't get approved in time for the DHHS contract, that's why we didn't process. We kind of locked that 125,000 in 24.
But what is this money being used for?
So there's like 3 or 4 things that the legislature chartered us to do is get after veteran homelessness. And there's another program called Ask the Question. Generally speaking, there's 90,000 veterans in the state of New Hampshire. Only a third of them receive care at the Manchester VA or the White River Junction VA. So 60,000 veterans go to their primary care provider. So the program was initiated about a decade ago, and we're putting teeth into it and continuing it. So you're a veteran, you go to a primary care provider, and that provider should say, have you served? And then they can get after there's any mental health or substance misuse issues to identify that veteran with the appropriate resources. So one of our signature programs is called Ask the Question campaign. And then we do a few other things like a veteran-friendly business program to get hiring of veterans with employment security in the state of New Hampshire for employees because we have such a low state unemployment rate. So there's just different contracted programs that we try to get after for serving veterans.
Okay. But some of these are brand new, right? I mean,
Yes, because, sir, I believe the last legislature mandated us with those 3 positions, right? Yes. They gave us 3 positions and I think $1 million to get after like veteran homelessness, mental health, and there's another one.
I don't see any position. Anyways.
Last time I went to the VA, they wanted to make a big deal. We're exposed to Agent Orange. I was in an airplane where it was being sprayed. And it was supposed to be a line like this where all the spray's going back. But then we come to a hill this plane next to us goes up over the hill and we're down here and we get sprayed and the windows are open in the airplane. Why do you open the windows? So they won't break when the bullets hit them.
So, so the other thing I'd say real quick too is this division of community-based military programs has grown. So in 2019, when the governor signed the executive order and the legislature codified into law that changes from Adjutant General's Department to Military Affairs and Veteran Services, it was 2 positions that came over from Health and Human Services. I believe it was the last legislature, you all gave us a mandate to hire 3 more state positions. We went from 2 to 5. And now this year, we're in the process of transferring a 1 more state position from education to us, which is called a state approval authority. It's a person that just certifies higher education is like meets like GI Bill criteria. So we keep consolidating and growing this. I shouldn't say growing, but like we've been mandated to like consolidate all these resources in this one division. Our division of veteran services and cemeteries generally haven't changed at all. It's like 9, 10 employees for each of one of these portfolios. This one, we've consolidated other resources, and that's why sometimes I think you see broader fluctuations in budget.
Right, I'll let Representative Munns have the last question, but we were.
Thank you. And I just wanted to follow up on your questions about the contracts for program services, because one of the things that I noticed is that there was an overall increase in contracts for program services of about $2.2 million. I think from FY24 to 25. And it sounds like $1 million of that may be what you just explained, the state government giving you the authorization to move forward with those programs. Do you have any idea what the rest of the money is for? What's driving that?
So I just want to make sure I understand the question yet. So are you talking about the general fund, the difference from fiscal year 24, the $2 million difference?
No, I'm talking about overall spending, not it's the expenses. I'm not worried about the funding. When I looked at contracts for program services for the entire department, it looked like there was a $2.2 million increase from 24 to 25, and then that carried forward to 26.
Right.
So I'm just trying to understand, what that money was for.
So do you remember? That's for the 100% federal Zach's positions and the security guard.
Oh, good point. So, did it increase or change?
Increase, we increased.
Securitas.
Securitas, yeah.
So I believe that what you're referring to is the security contract at both our like New Hampshire Air National Guard base at Pease is a private contract. Security forces like our military personnel do not secure the Air National Guard base, and that contract is about $1.1 to $1.3 million a year.
Yeah, so basically we have the both security, they do, one is in the Army National Guard, one is at the Peace Air National Guard. So those is 100% federal funded, and when several things last years, because we have difficulty with the receive the full federal funded, so we amend the contract to decrease now. So now we anticipate that the 100% federal funds will fully fund to us, so that's why we increase the budget, just make sure we can fully execute the contract.
All right.
Sorry. You had mentioned up front and that one of the biggest challenges that we face is the potential of cuts at the federal level. And I see that, in the news that there's talk of the Defense Department cutting its budget by $50 billion every year going forward. Do you have any sense yet as to what that would do to our federal funding?
Sir, not yet. What we do know is we're losing people. So we have, like I jokingly tell people, we have 5 HR departments. Full-time Army Air National Guard, full-time Air National Guard, and we call this program called Title 32 Dual Status Technician, Army and Air. So you can be a GS-12 and a federal employee, and you're in the guard on a weekend a month. But so it's like, so we have, and then we have just federal civilians. The initial proposal for an 8% budget reduction in personnel is the one we're worried about the most. And we haven't seen other cuts to potential programs in the future. So right now for us, this sort of close target is what is going to be the reduction in our federal workforce. And we know it was supposed to be today, but I'll have to do Monday because some people on vacation is people who, there's an email that went out, Elon Musk, the fork in the road email. People took that. And so we get no backfill for those positions. And then what's going to happen with probationary employees. So generally with this federal government, your first year is probationary. They want to cut all those positions. So the initial concern for us that we actually know about is what will be the reduction in our federal workforce. We don't know what other programs in the future will be cut.
So wouldn't it simply be instead of 3,000 soldiers, you'll have 2,700 or, some smaller number? Right?
That's coming. Right now, it's the several hundred federal civilians that we have
I see.
who stays to support the men and women in uniform.
Right.
So when you balance the state employees and federal civilians, and you don't see the cost of those federal payroll, that's a separate and distinct thing. So we get like $200 million a year to fund the military personnel and our federal civilians. That's just another sort of ancillary.
But when you talk about, reductions in staff, I mean, are you talking about the 129 or so people that
No.
you have? These are other,
Yes.
okay. So,
It's 3,000 other people we have. So we have like 2,800 uniform personnel
Yeah.
and another 200 or so federal civilians, then 129 state civilians. That's why we have like 5 HR
oh,
departments.
because these are people that are on the state payroll.
These are
as
just state
opposed-
employees.
I got you, okay.
All right. Thank you very much, General, for coming.
Thanks, sir.
And we'll be back at 1:15 with the Division of Natural and Cultural Resources.
Who was the deputy you had for years?
Warren.
He just retired. Turned 60, had his first grandkids, and
He was there.
like 9 years.
I'm the new Warren Perry.
They did like 2 Army people, so it's Army and Air Force.
Yes, sir. 30 years as well.
Me as well. Air Force.
Well, I think some people got an email from me at about 5:30 this morning. Yeah, so anyways, all right, is it time here? Yes, it is, 1:15, welcome,
Hello, good afternoon.
yes.
Sarah Stewart, Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. I put together a few remarks, if you'd be so kind, because the last time we met, we were still reviewing a previous budget draft, and now we have some more information for you. So,
Just for the people here, we're on page 602 to look at the bottom line, but anyways,
oh,
go
it'd be
ahead.
really cool if it was 603.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So DNCR.
I am.
yeah, well,
So this governor's budget, Governor Ayotte's budget, reduces the general fund overall by 3.79%. And within that, you will see our agency made an 11% reduction to our general funds. We have gone from a general fund total of $11,207,000 plus change in fiscal year 2025 to a general fund of $9,955,000 in fiscal year 2026 and $9,951,000 in fiscal year 27. Thank you. That's
well,
what
I'll
aim.
point out that this number is what you spent in 2024. Right, so it's not what was budgeted, but it's what was spent. So it's
I'll have
more or less the same level
I
of
have
spending.
Chris Marino with me whenever we talk numbers,
Yeah.
and he will look at that. So the entire budget for DNCR for fiscal year 26 and 27 is about 65 million, with a vast majority of our funding coming through revenue. The remaining general funds after our 11% reduction is critical to maintain the federal match money available to provide important services to our constituents. For instance, we are preserving the general fund allocation to the Division of Historical Resources to maintain the review and compliance program in Section 106. The loss of this program would stop all state and federal project permitting. That would not be good. We are reducing the general fund allocation to the arts by an additional $110,000 in grants from the initial $300,000 we submitted during the agency phase for 26 and $500,000 for fiscal year 27, making the total amount cut to equal $410,000 in fiscal year 26 and $610,000 for fiscal year 27. Additionally, we are unfunding a vacant general funded position, cutting another $80,000 plus in fiscal year 26 and $85,000 plus in 27. And with a staff of only 7 in this division, losing 1 full-time employee creates a workload impact on the entire team. With the reality that the state library must show a specific amount allocated by the general fund to reach the threshold of eligibility to receive federal funding as required by the federal program, here we have focused on the unfunding of 2 vacant general funded positions, totaling $168,000 in 26 and $174,000 in 27, combined with a general fund cut of $15,533 in 26 and $3,510 in fiscal year 27. That's the publication budget. This combination of cuts will prevent us from losing our required federal funding match and will avoid the need for cutting critical services like our interlibrary loan program or our Talking Books program. If we have to make any further cuts, we will need to close public access to the main library building for at minimum 1 day a week, as additional positions would be cut, necessitating this drastic action. The Division of Forests and Lands is home to our forest rangers, who are general funded. In September, we submitted a budget that unfunds 1 vacant forest ranger position. Rather than cut the rangers further, as we only have 10, in order to meet further general funded cut targets, we decided to shift the funding of 3 generally funded staff positions in the Forest Management Bureau to our revolving fund, which is called the Forest Management and Protection Fund. This fund is reliant on our division's own revenues from timber harvests on state lands under the management of this agency. The timber is sold to private logging companies and sawmills through a competitive bidding process. The revenue covers not only most of our Forest Management Bureau staff, but also critical expenses such as vehicles and computer equipment for most of the division. Besides being the primary funding source of the Forest Management Bureau, the timber sale program also has a significant economic impact on the public sector. On average, it generates $160,000 of timber tax. And I screwed this one up. Timber tax annually distributed to the towns where the timber is harvested. If you're following along, that was a glitch. Additionally, dozens of logging and trucking companies benefit, as do the local sawmills that rely on state lands to procure their wood supply. Studies have shown an economic multiplier upwards of $30 for every $1 of revenue generated from the sale of timber. Moving generally funded Forest Management Bureau positions to funding from timber sale revenue in the Forest Management and Protection Fund will reduce general fund costs by nearly $520,000 in fiscal year 26 and 27. There is a strong concern, however, that we are now over-obligating the Forest Management and Protection Fund to take on more operational expenses than it can sustain over the long term. We have also considered shifting wildfire patrol position costs to federal funds. To cover these expenditures with federal grant funds, the fire tower positions would go unfunded and thereby eliminate 10 part-time seasonal forestry aid positions who staff the fire towers for fire detection. This would be in addition to not funding a full-time forest ranger position and reducing the wildfire fight detection budget by 62%. The current and proposed budget reductions will have an impact on the department's ability to provide wildfire detection, suppression, prevention, and forest law enforcement throughout the state. While the Division of Parks and Recreation is operationally self-funded, they have stepped up to support the traditionally general-funded Bureau of Historic Sites. They will support this bureau with $506,646 and $509,881, respectively, for the years 26 and 27. The impact, simply put, removes the money from the park system, which is used to keep up with maintenance, infrastructure improvements, and their rainy day fund. Finally, from the Commissioner's Office, we are proffering up a critical position, unfunding our funded vacant in-house legal professional position. The DNCR is engaged in hundreds of contracts, leases, and other complex scenarios with outside organizations regularly, and we depend heavily on the Office of the Attorney General, their legal counsel team, to support us in these endeavors. In determining that it would be essential for us to have a full-time dedicated legal representation resource to keep up in a timely fashion with our legal needs, to that end, we worked with DOJ to craft a position to support us internally and provide a more efficient tether to their department. Without this position, we rely solely on the precious time assigned to us by DOJ. Filling this position would be a win-win for both agencies, but we will have to wait until we can afford this opportunity. And I want to end by saying I'm very proud of the hard work my team has taken on to bring forward a budget that, while is a little painful, it is in line with the goals of the state to ensure a fiscally responsible budget for the next biennium.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, and we're here to answer questions.
Okay, so let's go to page 602. So as I said, general funds looks like it's in line with what you spent last year, which is good. I want to ask, federal funds seem to be declining, right? So last year it was 7.2. This year it's budgeted at 8.9. Probably, I'm guessing it doesn't come in that level, but it's going to only 6 million. So are we losing some kind of federal grants or something?
Thanks for the question. So we're not actually losing grants. In this case, what we did was we sort of dialed some of the appropriations that we typically estimate going forward and tried to bring them back down to a more realistic number relative to what's actually spent on a yearly basis. There were years where we were hoping to receive significant amounts of federal funds, which we will do, but we also have many years to spend them. But we were budgeting the whole amount on a yearly basis. So what I tried to do this time around was bring that number back to be more realistic to what we actually spend on a yearly basis. So that's all that really is. We haven't lost necessarily federal funding that has been available to us for many years. We've just tried to budget and appropriate in a little more of a conservative fashion to stay in step with what actually
I
goes
see.
out the door.
So what you're saying is, I see 6 million of spending, but the amount coming in could be 7, it could be 5, it could be some other
It
number.
can fluctuate, absolutely. So again, trying to stay in step with what we know at a point in time, but those numbers do change.
I get it.
Yes.
Now, in other funds, which I assume is the parks fees mostly, maybe other kinds of fees, you're expecting to go up 5 million a year. That's roughly a little more than 10%, looks like 12% or so, from what you got last year. So is that realistic? Are you raising fees?
Well, there's two answers to that. One, yes, fees were raised. Fees have changed through a series of fee package submissions that have occurred. But this number, the difference that you see is essentially budgeting. 24 is actuals, 25 is an adjusted authorized. There is an element of estimating in
Sure.
that figure. We're hopeful to meet those targets, but we may not. With the increase in the fees, we hope to come close to that number. And then going into 26 and 27, we tried to keep that flat, to keep that consistent. And that's why those numbers look the way they do.
What kind of changes have there been in fees?
So one example is a $1 an hour increase at our Hampton Beach toll parking meters. So that went up from $2 to $3, and we automated the system so that people could be on the beach reading their book and just put more money in with their phone, which is something that is very appreciated. So that was an incremental change. We just went to fiscal with a couple of tweaks to the Cannon Mountain ski package for next season. Again, really incremental, but we're, over the last year or two, we've been scrutinizing our fee package so that we don't create harm and overwhelm people, but we tweak a couple things here and there that really benefit us. When the wage increase for state employees happened, it was really important that we were able to dial up the Hampton meters because the general fund, didn't pay for that wage increase, and we were able to compensate for it with that increment.
Okay. So one thing we look at to see if people are on track, sort of, is we look at what they spent in 2019 compared to what they're spending today. And so fiscal year 25 to 2019 is 6 years. And in that period, your general funds went up 46%. Now that compares to like 30% if you look at inflation and growth of the state. So you're considerably over in the use of general funds lately, sort of.
I'll speak to one point and then I'll let Chris correct me. Over the last couple of years, our general fund allocation for the arts has increased. It doubled. So that's one area where we were able to get support from Governor Sununu and legislation to dial that up, which had not seen an increase in a very long time. So that's one example.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be, thank you, that would be the most significant example. That went from $500,000 a year to $1 million a year. So that added $1 million per biennium to the general fund alone between that period and this period. We of course know that with the pay increases, of course, that probably accounts for what the 30% average that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
We're a little bit higher than that, not only because of the increase in the arts, which was a substantial component of that, but other small changes, such as, for example, the Forest Protection Bureau, which received a significant increase in pay due to an allocation adjustment for pay for that particular group as a Group 2 staff. So that was a substantial amount as well. Those are some of the pieces that would contribute to that amount higher than the average, but I can get you the details if you would like, just to do that further analysis to clarify that for you.
Okay. Do you have a lot of Group 2 employees?
Relatively speaking, no. I think the total is, 11 or 12 forest ranges.
Out of 200?
Out of 200, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Shall we go to page?
Well, that's something else. I
Representative
wonder
Weiler.
You show us a number of employees, about 200, but when I get the information from the treasurer of how many paychecks went to your department, it's like 500 going in seasonally up to 800 and almost 900 and then
Yes.
back to 500.
We like to give our employees multiple pages. No, I'm just kidding.
There's a lot of temps, I'm sure.
No, we probably not the right audience.
How does she give out 500
Yeah.
paychecks?
So we have so many seasonal employees.
Well, that goes up to 800 something in the summertime,
Yes.
but you still only showed 200 here, but this shows most of the months of the year, it's 500.
So we have winter seasonals as well at Cannon, for example.
Yeah, so I'm happy to clarify. So, yeah, the 200 plus 200, well, it'd be 202, I think it was 210 this past biennium, is a combination of permanent classified and unclassified positions only. We also have about 30 full-time temps that are budgeted on a biennial basis. And then, of course, beyond that is many temp positions used for firefighting, which occurs at different periods of the year. But most significantly, keeping those numbers up is the 300 plus that are employed during the winter for Cannon as seasonals, and then the over 800 that occur during the summertime for the park system. So that
A
yes,
big recruiting job. Thank you.
yes.
How many of the 210 are vacant?
Currently, we have, I have that list right here in front of me. Of the 210, and that would be just the full-time, I'm sorry, excuse me just one second here. My paper is, yeah, that's all right. It's actually in the package that I submitted. Here we go. This would be page 6 in the package. There are currently full-time 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
A lot.
12. There are 12 permanent classified and 1 unclassified combined total currently vacant.
Oh, I see.
Most of which are in the Parks and Recreation Division, which is an other funded position, or other funded positions.
So what is this long list then?
This list was provided to identify all vacant funded positions currently in FY25, both full-time and part-time, permanent classified, and temporary.
Oh, I see. So all these firefighters are temporary,
Correct.
in case you have a fire, right? Okay. Makes sense. I see. Thank you. All right, let's go to page, let's see here. 537, 538. Okay. All right. So were there vacancies in 2024 in the administration, or maybe there are some still now?
There is currently 1 vacant position in administration. It is the attorney position, which we are actually
that one we
unfunding
talked
for
about,
26,
yeah.
27, yes. That's the only vacant position right now.
But we're not getting rid of it?
Yes.
We're not,
We unfunded it. We're unfunding it for 26 and 27.
right, but we didn't remove the position.
We haven't removed the position.
Because the 19 is still 19.
We simply retained it as an unfunded FTE.
Okay, so Jack, maybe make a note of that one. Okay. Representative Ebel?
Yeah, just on funding, just because something is unfunded, it doesn't mean that it's not perhaps vital to your operations.
I'm sorry.
For this one specifically, we worked really hard to achieve this position and fund it. As I mentioned, we worked closely with DOJ. We have a really close working relationship with the team over there. But our workload is immense. And I think we could open our own law firm at the DNCR. So I'd like someday to get back to a place where we can have that position. I think it would streamline a lot of our legal documents. It would be nice to have somebody with a legal interpretation at some of our meetings. And when we develop relationships, let's do it right the first time, so to speak. So I think that it's an important, worthy position, and we'll just take a knee for now and hope that we can fulfill
Get it
that
back
in the
someday.
future.
What sort of legal conundrum are there that you, just to name a couple?
Well, we do a lot of leasing of space. So the Seacoast Science Center is at Odeon Point State Park. We have the observatory up at Mount Washington State Park. We work well, we have special use permits that, could be a family reunion or, a huge swimathon that raises millions of dollars. And so we have a staff that's working operationally in state parks, but it would be really good to shore up some of these types of agreements and arrangements so that we're handing something to DOJ to review that's already in good shape and not expending a lot of their mental capacity to sort of walk us through every time we get a new situation.
Okay, so you'd
right,
prefer to
Representative Munns.
retain this position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in. Just to follow up on Representative Ebel's point, you did make a point in your statement that the general funded position in the Arts Division is would create an impact. Is that, it sounds like with the attorney you have a workaround figured out. Is this one in a little different class that it's really going to get down into the bone?
Well, I would love to fill that position because there's enough work to do. And with a small staff, as I mentioned, a small staff, you take one out, then it's noticeable. If it was a staff of 150 and we took one out, the workload could be shared a little bit easier. So, for this, we took our task to heart and we looked at what we could manage. And this is a scenario where thankfully we have a really dynamic, close-knit arts staff that doesn't mind picking up the load and moving forward, so that our constituents don't notice the difference. That's really the key, right? What can we cut or get rid of, but without sacrificing the customer service aspect? So in the arts division, they work a lot with, grant giving and sort of assisting organizations and artists around the state. By losing this position, it's going to be felt with the staff, but we're going to maintain our customer service for now.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, on page 539, line 60, the benefits, how were you able to get the benefits down, like by over close to 100,000?
So sure. So you'll notice the salary line is also significantly decreased. We actually, for 26-27, we moved, I believe, 6 or 7 positions out of this accounting unit into a different accounting unit. So you're seeing a significant reduction in the salary and benefits lines in this particular. Group. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, look at positions at the bottom of the page there. Yeah. Okay, let's go to page 541. So down at the bottom here, we have conservation plate funds. Are we expecting, we got only 560,000 in 24, but we're expecting 900,000 ongoing. Is the cost of a conservation plate gone up or no?
No.
Somebody shaking his head.
So yeah. So what you're seeing there is you're seeing a figure related to a combination of agency income. The next page actually adds an additional 9,000 to tie out that total of 647 relative to what was spent in that fiscal year. We actually receive a significant amount more in that accounting unit, but the actuals that are depicted here only show the revenue relative to what was actually spent. So you're not seeing the full picture. This is a dedicated fund. There's a fund balance in this accounting unit. In the last couple of years, we've received actually over $1 million for our portion.
Oh, and this you sort of transfer out to other things? Is the...
Well, no, we keep the funding in the accounting unit, but we put an estimate, an appropriation estimate. In this case, $900,000, but we've been posting stronger revenue.
I see. And so the big increase here has been this building, contractual maintenance, buildings and grounds. You added to that. Went from 0 to 200,000.
Sorry, is it which
Class
class?
48.
Class 48. 0 to 200,000.
0 in 2024.
Yeah, understood. Okay. Right. So again, that's 24 is actuals. So what that means is, although we keep money in the fund balance for the purpose of maintenance, particularly related to the Bureau of Historic Sites, there was no actual spending that occurred in FY24. I think most of it was encumbered through contracting, but because of the time it takes to contract, to get through the process, to get everything encumbered, there essentially was no spending that occurred.
So it's for projects more than
Correct.
cleaning.
Maintenance
or something.
projects, yes.
Okay. All right, good. So let's go to page, well, let's see here. 546. What is community forestry?
Page 546, community forestry.
We have our state forester with us. Patrick, would you give a summary of community forestry, please?
Sure. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
My name is Patrick Hackley. I'm the state forester for the Division of Forests and Lands. A community forester. So we have 7 bureaus within our division, and one of them is the Urban and Community Forestry Bureau. And so we have a full-time individual, a forester, who provides education and outreach. We do a lot of school tree plantings. We work with Project Learning Tree. Mostly with, like I said, with private landowners, schools. We partner with UNH Cooperative Extension. This is a federally funded position, so we couldn't do that work without the federal pass-through funding from the U.S. Forest Service.
Oh, even though it says interagency transfer, it's still federal?
Yeah, if I may clarify. So it's federally funded, but the funding itself resides in a different accounting unit. So in order to get the funding over to where the position is, we use this interagency transfer mechanism.
Yeah, most of this forestry stuff does look federal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except, well, let's go to forest as long as you're here, page 548, forest legacy.
So Forest Legacy is a federal program as well. And that provides funding to purchase conservation easements from willing landowners who wish to sell the development rights to their property and keep it in working forest.
But did we lose a giant grant because we're spending a big number in 2024?
It fluctuates significantly, and these deals can be in the millions of dollars. So some years we have like 1.5 or 2 million in the account, and other years we don't, because they're targeted based on an application process. And then the U.S. Forest Service decides whether they're going to fund it or not. It's competitive, nationally competitive. And then that funding is awarded if they find it to be worthy. And then we proceed. It takes about 3 years from start to
So
finish.
you find a place to buy, and then you ask the feds, could I have money for this?
Very simply, yeah.
Very competitive.
Yeah, yeah.
So what's the purchase that you had in 2024?
2024, it's probably,
0.3 million, I see.
that was probably, yeah, that's right, Chris. It was the Dundee Forest up in the Jackson Intervale area. It was actually 3 parcels. We worked with, many times we have to work with a partner because of the complexity of the application. So for that one, we worked with the Trust for Public Lands. And we have one in the queue now called Androscoggin Valley. I don't know if that appears in the budget, but that's, I think 1.6 million. And that's in the Gorham area.
No, just to clarify, so this is a good example of what I mentioned at the beginning about how we're managing the federal appropriations. Because of the fluctuating of this type of purchase, what we don't want to do is build a $2.3 million appropriation in the budget. We don't even know how much is going to be, and we don't even know if we're going to get it. So typically what happens is we wait until the award occurs through a series of actions, and then we bring it as an accept and expend to the fiscal committee. That's the normal practice for these types of things.
Thank you.
Yep.
On page 552, there's forest protection, 13 employees. What's that?
Forest protection is the forest rangers we've been talking about. So that's where our,
Oh, and there's one vacant or something?
that's the unfunded position.
Oh, one unfunded. Okay,
Yes.
Great. Okay. Okay. The next page, 554. Northern Region Headquarters. You're doubling the cost of heat.
Yeah. So the northern region is our Lancaster office, and we have our forest ranger staff located there. We have about 4 rangers out of that office. We also have 1 Parks Division staff. We also are the landlords to Fish and Game and UNH Cooperative Extension there. And I believe we are in the market for a new boiler. So I don't know if that has anything to do with the increased cost of heat, but we do need to replace the boiler there.
That could be a. Yeah.
Burn some wood.
We do burn wood there, actually. We do in the garage, yeah. If the state fire marshal will let us continue.
Okay. 554. So, yes, and this Northeastern Coordination Center.
Yeah, so that is, I believe that's also federally funded, and that is what we call our mobilization partnership with the U.S. Forest Service. So that individual works for us, but is housed at the U.S. Forest Service office in Campton at the White Mountain National Forest headquarters. So when we have requests from neighboring states and the Canadian Maritimes, that individual mobilizes, works with our Concord office and other states to put together fire crews and get them shipped off to the various states, including out west. So it's really kind of like a dispatch position.
And it's a temp, so you're just sort of estimating what it could be. Is that kind of what it is?
Yeah, basically.
Because
Yeah.
it's way down, it's way up from what you actually spent in 2024 with
Yeah.
your budgeting, right? But, okay. But it's just a guess, I guess. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a
Yes,
question?
go
on
ahead,
that?
Representative Munn.
Thanks. In that area, why is the benefit expense so high relative? I mean, there's no personnel costs.
Well, so to clarify, that is a temp. It's called a full-time temp, which means it is budgeted as essentially a full-time employee, which means it's eligible for full benefits. So when we budget it, we do have to budget full benefits along with that position. The disparity you're seeing between 24 and 25 is essentially what Patrick has kind of alluded to, is it's really based on its need, the demand for that position to function. But we have to start with the position, and then, as time allows, depending on how things go, there may not be a demand for that many hours to keep that position fully employed throughout the course of a full year.
Okay.
This budget depicts essentially a 12-month full-time employee.
Okay. All right. So let's go to page 561. Forest management. So we're adding agency income where there used to be general funds.
Yes. Yeah. So that's what the commissioner mentioned in her opening remarks. Accounting Unit 3505 is our Forest Management and Protection Fund. It's a revolving fund. It consists of largely timber revenue income, but also revenue from the sale of seedlings from our state forest nursery. Also, communications, that's more of a, kind of goes in and goes out to our communication sites, but we have communication leases all over the state on our mountaintops. Camp leases, seasonal camps. We have about 110 seasonal camps. 91 of them are up in Nash Stream, and then there's half a dozen or so over in Umbagog, so it's probably under 100. They run anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a year, so those all go into that fund as well.
Okay. All right, good. Let's go to, I'm going to skip ahead to 570. All right. Is this somebody who like came in partway through the year or something like that? Because it looks like one person, but the spending for salary is taking a big jump.
This is for conservation easement stewardship.
Yes. 570.
Page 570. So just to clarify again, actuals in 24 represent a period of time that an employee worked. Obviously, the position was open for some period of time in
Yes.
FY24, so it did not incur a full year's worth of salary and benefits. FY25, again, is an estimate based on that position, salary and benefits at that labor grade and step. Going into 26 and 27, it looks like the position has been estimated at a higher higher salary, probably due to an adjustment in the labor, not the.
So the person you hired was more
Soft.
senior than you thought you were going to get or something like that?
That can happen.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
can happen where you end up bringing somebody in at a higher step only because of their expertise, which typically the budget, when the position is vacant, it's a step one, right?
Right.
But a lot of times when someone comes in, if they have
Right.
experience, they're going to come in at a higher amount.
Okay. But here you had to add general fund.
Yes, this particular one does have a small component of general funds built into it, although we reduced it. It was 50-50 in this biennium, and we've reduced it to be a much smaller portion general funding in this
Gotcha.
accounting unit.
Okay. All right. So on page 572 and 573, you sort of ended, you moved general funds, or you moved the Natural Heritage Bureau, right? You and
Yes.
Natural Heritage Agency, Inc.
Yeah.
You kind of move things around here.
Yes, yes. So you noticed that. So what we did was within 2103 accounting, which is towards the bottom of the page. That's the primary Natural Heritage Bureau accounting unit. We have personnel in that accounting unit, but there were different mixes of funding. So what we did in this case was we said, let's identify the general funded folks and move them into their own accounting unit. So we separated to 3406, and that's what that's for. Although there is a component of their salary and benefits that's also being funded by some other agency income that's being transferred into that accounting unit. But in doing so, we were able to set it up so that 2103 no longer has any general funding in it. It is only a fund mix of agency income, interagency transfers, and transfers of funding from other agencies. So it was a way to just isolate the general funded component of this account so that it would have better visibility and tracking without mixing too many sources of funding in the Natural Heritage Bureau.
Representative Evil.
Yeah, to what I know we're not talking about HB2 today, but to what extent are the changes in HB2 reflected in HB1?
At this time, everything that was going to be done relative to HB2 is reflected in HB1. In the case of with an exception, in the case of the Natural Heritage Bureau, one of the actions that was going to be taken was to move 2 of the positions that currently are employed from the Natural Heritage Bureau to be employed at Environmental Services. However, both of those positions were full-time temporary positions that were approved through a fiscal action. So they were never reflected in the HB1 even before this change was made. So you won't see any changes in HB1 relative to the Natural Heritage Bureau based on the actions that have already occurred. However, there is going to be a need to make a change further, and I have that's part of the submission that I have attached, and we can go over that. These are some additional budget requests that we have. One of the actions will be to move one of the positions from the Natural Heritage Bureau, actually in Accounting Unit 3407, will be moved out of, if that is done, then HB1, you will see 3407 be eliminated as well. Yeah.
All right, so this is this letter you have on page 8.
Let's take a look. Starting on page 8, correct.
All right.
These are the requests that we have submitted of budgetary changes.
All right, well, let's, maybe we should talk about this just so we don't run out of time.
Sure.
Right now, I mean.
Okay. So going through the first, number 1 is basically establishing budgets for Connecticut Lake Headwaters. We have endowments that are used to fund the cost of maintenance, stewardship, and other components of Connecticut Lake Headwaters or functions. We did not initially submit these requests as budgetary requests during the agency phase or even the governor's phase because we were still working with Treasury to ensure that we understood exactly how much was in these endowments, that they were sufficient, and that we could move forward. We're also communicating with the Fish and Game Bureau, who also has a stake in these endowments. Everybody's in agreement at this point of how much is available. There's a significant amount of money available in these endowments. So what we'd like to do is go ahead and request to proceed with putting budgets in place for the Connecticut Lake Headwaters accounting units. And that's what you're seeing here in the first section of this request.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The second component, number 2, is related to positions that were initially moved as part of the HB2 that you've just mentioned, the consolidation of the permitting process. In the course of preparing for that through the governor's phase, it was believed that 2 of the positions in the Division of Historical Resources would also need to be moved to support that function. Upon further discussions, it was determined, no, these positions are not appropriate to be moved. However, it was too late in the governor's phase to get them moved back. So they asked us, when you go, just request to have them put back. So this second section is essentially requesting to move those 2 positions from the Department of Environmental Services back into our Division of Historical Resources. And I've identified the accounts and the positions.
Can you show me the page for this?
Page 10.
No.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I jumped a little bit ahead on the Connecticut Lake Headwaters.
Okay.
Page 10 of the submission. If halfway down the page, section 2,
Yeah.
it identifies the request to move the 2 positions. It explains essentially what happened and what we'd like
Okay.
to do.
No. Okay, but where is it in House Bill 1? Do we know?
Yes, it is in House Bill 1. If you were to go to the section of the budget where the Division of Historical Resources are, and I can give you the page number so you can see that.
Yeah.
The positions were in accounting unit. They were not federal. See them. The programs. This is 3540. Sorry. Okay. So you'll notice on page 600 and 601 of the HB One, on page 600, under accounting unit 1444, you'll notice that the head count, the number of permanent classified positions from
Yeah.
25 to 26 goes from 4 to 3.
Yes.
And you'll notice on page 601, under 1445, the permanent classified position count goes from 7 to 6. So those were the two positions that were reduced. There was one in each one of these accounting units. So we're asking for those to be restored back into this accounting unit, and that will change. I'm sorry?
Corrective.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
All right.
But one of them cost me general fund.
Yes, one of them is general funds, and actually it is an unfunded position
Oh,
in 26, 27. So it'll be moved back. The count will change, but the dollars in that accounting unit will not.
I see. Okay. Currently vacant, I see. The second one.
Yes,
Okay. I see.
it's vacant and unfunded. Yes.
Okay. All right, next one.
And then finally, the third request that we have is what I just mentioned about Natural Heritage Bureau. Through the changes that are occurring in HB2 relative to the permitting process consolidation, they're also going to be moving the fund, the authority for the Natural Heritage Bureau fund, under their authority as well. Currently, because we have a position residing under that fund, if the fund goes over to environmental services, so does the position. So that position needs to actually move over to the Department of Environmental Services. So we've identified the position number and the purpose.
So are you transferring some of these funds to environmental services?
All of the funding will go over to environmental services with the position.
From their sources?
To
you mean?
their it'll go. I don't know if the fund is going, from what I understand, the fund itself is not going to be liquidated, but the authority over that, the use of that fund will transfer to environmental services.
I see. Okay. So, Jack, you'll remind me of these things when we come to vote on this. Okay, good. All right. Let's go back to the questions. Page 581. You're predicting that your utilities expense at Cannon is going to go down by a third. That seems
correct.
pretty
We're
aggressive.
very excited.
Really good news.
Oh, okay.
We renegotiated
Ah, with the electric company?
through DAS, yes.
I
So
see.
it's a significant savings.
Can you do that for me too?
We'll talk offline.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you think this is accurate?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Very good. All right, 589. Yes, Representative Evans, yeah.
So just in HB2, you have the change relative to the Cannon Mountain Tramway.
Correct, yes.
That's 18 million. So you just are needing more time? I just saw the
Well,
date.
I can clarify the language, the purpose of the language in HB2, and then the commissioner wants to talk, that's fine. So all the language in HB2 is doing is saying that at the end of the biennium, whatever appropriations are remaining from this warrant that have not been expended will lapse back to the general fund. That's the only purpose of that language. But if you want to talk.
So we achieved an allocation of 18 million for the tram. And this says that 18 million will revert back to the general fund. And then in HB2, I believe they've put a suggestion of 20 million.
HB 25.
HB
Yeah,
25,
in the
sorry,
capital
capital
budget, I
budget.
saw that.
So we'll have a conversation at that point to try to secure that $20 million for the tram. Just for situational awareness, the tram is sort of like a very complicated scenario where we can't just, buy parts for a little bit of money now and then just buy parts. We have to redo the tram. And that's one big ticket item. So we've been working with, we did an RFP. We got a bid back with some really helpful notes from the two companies. One company bid, one didn't. The bid came back at 33 million, which is way more than 18 million. And so we've learned from that. And one of the lessons learned is if we can verify the safety of some concrete posts, foundations, that and verify it to the at an engineering level, that allows a vendor to make a much lower bid on the tram. So we're trying to achieve that validation before we go back out to bid.
I see. So it'll take another year or something, but yeah. Okay, I get it.
Okay.
Representative Munns.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
And my apologies if I'm a little slow on the uptake here. So there's $18 million that was approved for the tramway for the current biennium.
Yes.
That money is not being spent, so that's coming back to the general fund in the current biennium, the FY 24-25 biennium.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's $20 million allocated in the capital budget for 26-27.
In the governor's capital budget. So we will go before the capital budget committee
Okay.
and try to secure their support for that.
Okay. And so then there's nothing in this budget that we're reviewing. There's no money for the Cannon Mountain Tramway in this
Correct.
budget.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So Jack, this makes me wonder if House Ways and Means knew about this 18 million in their estimates. Yeah. Representative Eagle.
Where here does it show the monies that are transferred from Mount Sunapee to Cannon? And how much might that be?
That would be accounting unit 3705 on page, let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, I'm sorry. So I just remembered. So that's not an operating budget item. You won't see the budget for the Cannon Mountain Capital Improvement. It's essentially the Cannon Mountain Capital Improvement Fund. So what that is it's a fund that is used to provide support for maintenance costs up at Cannon Mountain, authorized up to $6 million in bonding. The revenue from the Sunapee lease is used to pay the debt service on that bonding. But that is not built into the operating budget per se. It is a separate request that occurs at the beginning of every fiscal year where I make a request to appropriate what I think is the amount of debt service in concert with the Treasury to get that number. And then I budget the same amount for revenue, and the belief, of course, and it has been strong, is we've been receiving revenue from that lease in excess of our debt service. So we've built up a pretty good balance.
Which is
in that.
about how much?
Right now, well, this year, I think we just posted over $800,000 in revenue.
Okay. Representative Griffin.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Obviously, of all the divisions we look at, weather is a huge factor with you people. And I'm wondering whether it's also a factor in expenses. It obviously can affect your revenue. A poor winter and a poor summer really affects your revenue. Does it also affect your expenses proportionally?
Thank you. Great question. We've had a great winter so far, by the way, and revenue at Cannon is up, which is awesome. One of the reasons we try to keep a healthy park fund is for that reason, right? If it's a rainy summer. The park's license plates also help us predict, our budget better because of the support from folks who buy that license plate. But yes, weather, of course, creates costs. At Hampton Beach, the winter storms at Hampton Beach put a number on our parking lots, as Representative Munns must notice. We have to do a lot of preparation to get the beach safe for the summer. I'd also say that I've learned a ton about culverts in this position, and weather it puts a strain on our culverts, both for our roads that we manage in and out of parks, but for our trail system. too. So bridges and culverts get expensive in a hurry. We try our best to catch up with all of this stuff in time for a season, which holds us accountable, really, because, if things aren't fixed in time for ATV season, our phones are ringing. So we really do try to get ahead of the problem as seasonally as possible. But yeah, the weather for sure is a cost factor. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Leishman, Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So one of your earlier statements, you mentioned the cutback in like fire support, I think like 62% the staffing of like, 12 fire towers. Knowing that you had like a record number of fires last year,
Yeah.
and that could happen again, how would you handle the funding of that if you had to staff up fire towers or found ourselves in a drought as we have in the past?
Internally about this in particular. New Hampshire, this season was very busy, not only in New Hampshire, but in helping our neighbors to the south and to the north. Fires in Canada, fires in Massachusetts. We really are a regional support network. And one blessing to fires is that we get to send our staff out west to really get some excellent training and bring back their knowledge here to the New England region. So we take advantage of those opportunities, if you will. So we have a very sophisticated and well-trained team that we share our knowledge base beyond our division walls with the local fire departments and our regional partners. But Patrick, I'll let you speak a little bit more about that.
Can I just comment, we may be on page 558, state fire assistance, is that right? And that's going up. This is federal funds, but it looks like the federal government is putting a lot more money into this.
Right. Our Forest Protection Bureau, where our rangers reside or where they work, that's their division. While it's one of our largest generally funded sections of our division, it also is well funded by federal funds that we pass through to the towns for equipment purchases. We also have a federal equipment program that we administer. So when fire trucks, engines, Jeeps become available on the federal, they have a kind of a online inventory. Our people find out what the towns need, secure the equipment, and deliver them to the towns, all with the support of federal funding. So, yeah, it's a great program, and the towns depend on our bureau and our rangers for training. We provide equipment with water pumps and techniques for suppression. So when they're not enforcing timber harvesting laws or engaged in fire suppression and detection, they're training. They're doing workshops with the towns. I did want to get back to Representative Leishman's question, though. It is a concern. So just to be very brief, it is a concern with these increasingly dry summers, and this was a record-breaking fall, as the commissioner alluded to. Fortunately, we were about average in New Hampshire, but our neighbors to the south, Massachusetts and Connecticut, had record years. So one of our sergeants who we miss, that's the unfunded position. Our sergeant, he took a position with Connecticut as their forest fire supervisor. Within 2 weeks when he got there were fires all across Connecticut, and he had to call in a helicopter from Maine, part of that network of support we have with the other states. And they mobilized their National Guard. And I think the governor declared a state of emergency on at least a couple of what we call red flag days, when the relative humidity is low and the temperatures are high and there's a wind, a steady wind. I don't know the limit, but it has to be a certain amount of those three factors called a red flag day. So there are a record number of dry fall days that in Massachusetts, they had 2 fires that are over 1,000 acres in size, which is unusual for a small New England state.
I guess to my question, where would the money come from if you needed to staff the fire towers, get people out in the field.
Right. So we have two buckets of money. We have general funds and we have federal funds. So we're toggling between those two buckets to fund either the wildfire patrols or the fire tower staffing, but we can't do both. So we had to make a choice. So that's the situation we're in with the budget cuts. We could seek perhaps additional grant funding from the federal side, but I'm sure all of you know the federal grant funding is under duress these days as well. So that bucket is less certain than general funding in New Hampshire.
I did have another question,
Go ahead,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Leach.
I know we're getting close to I have 30 seconds perhaps. I heard from a friend of mine with the Timber Landowners Association, and you talked about selling your timber off to the sawmills, and he informed me that the mills in Canada aren't taking product now because of the tariff issue. They don't want to take New Hampshire logs or US logs and not be able to sell them on the return trip. Have you heard anything about that, or is that a significant concern that we can't move our lumber to Canada because the mills aren't accepting it?
I hadn't heard it until now, but it's not surprising. That happened 4 years ago in the previous Trump administration. There was some issues with moving logs to Canada. Yeah, so they'll find other markets probably for their timber, but the Canadians pay pretty well. So that's a frustration for the landowners selling the timber as well as the loggers and foresters involved. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, we're almost out of time. So my last question is going to be on page 589 and 590, I guess. What are these grants? National Recreational Trails Fund. We're doing grants that are more than doubling, and also contracts for operational services is doubling.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So this one here, these are grants that we receive actually. The Department of Transportation, the federal DOT, gives a huge block grant to the New Hampshire DOT, and the New Hampshire DOT allocates. So we actually receive an amount from that straight from New Hampshire DOT. The numbers that are budgeted are based on the figures that they give us to say that this is how much we have to give you for 26, 27. So that's where these numbers come from. We don't make these numbers up. We actually receive them from New Hampshire DOT. Then it's up to us to basically turn around and budget. And you'll notice that a substantial portion of it is actually grants to municipalities, communities, and the like. So that's potentially
For
how
doing what?
For maintenance of trails, the Trails Bureau, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are for trails for clubs, snowmobile, ATV, etc.
I see. So it's just DOT gets a big general sort of federal grant, and they decide how much to give you? Is that?
Yeah, there's a formula
Yeah.
for it, but yes, we receive a portion of that.
But is it that the feds gave them twice as much, or it's just?
I assume so. I don't talk to DOT to ask them.
Okay, so I can ask Division 2.
Yeah,
then. Okay.
we're
All right,
supper
go ahead.
Can I know we're out of time, but could you just give us just sort of a snapshot of your thoughts on the condition of our state parks? I know they get an awful lot of use, and I know with budget cuts, maintenance is challenging, and I'm just, curious.
Thank you. So we do things the New Hampshire way in New Hampshire, and we are one of two states, I believe, that are operationally self-funded for our park system, which has worked really well for us, especially when we have to tighten things up with the general fund. We have, an endless list of maintenance. We always will, but we are strategizing every year, and we go to capital with our top priorities, the capital budget committee, and they've over the years have been very gracious, proffering up investments of a couple $1 million, which helps. It helps make sure that we prioritize our safety situations for 1st. We benefited from a very generous ARPA allocation, which allowed us to grow some of our campgrounds, which then provides more revenue. So we made one-time investments with ARPA where we would get a return on that investment. So that makes us feel a little optimistic about how we're moving forward. Our campgrounds are booked, 90% of the time, which is a good thing. But we need to be strategic about how we're expanding and updating our bathrooms. Bathrooms are very expensive, and they're in remote areas. My least favorite bathroom is on top of Mount Washington because that's like not supposed to be there. But yeah, I think because we're operationally self-funded and we've maintained a healthy state park fund, a rainy day fund, we're able to be strategic. We had to close Greenfield State Park for some renovations. We just decided instead of doing piecemeal, we'll just close it for a season. That will impact our revenue a little bit, but we planned for that. Revenues right now, we get a weekly revenue report, and it's very optimistic. People love our state parks. We have, as we noted, several hundred seasonals. Well, those aren't brand new every year. A lot of them have worked with us for 20, 30, 40 years. So there's a love for protecting these places. And as you know, through pockets of communities around the state are very passionate about their local outdoor spaces, and they hold us accountable. So, people adopt their state parks as their own, and I wouldn't have it any other way because it keeps us on track. And I'm sure you hear about it if somebody's upset with a parking lot or a bathroom or any other experience that they have that's not acceptable. We've worked really hard on training, on sort of the customer service part of state parks to professionalize our operations. And when I go to a manager's meeting twice a year, and it's a professional operation. It's really impressive. It's not just show up and mow the lawn. It's a lot more than that, and it's doing very well.
Do you do any kind of joint marketing programs with the Division of Travel and Tourism?
So if you recall, DRED really tied travel and tourism with state parks. It was all under one agency. And so there was a bit of a learning curve when that was untangled, but we now have our own marketing contract for state parks. The short answer is yes, we'd like to be very similar with what travel and tourism is doing so that we can all benefit from a similar approach with our marketing. Yeah, I think per RSA, we're still connected in terms of messaging and marketing to make sure that we're not saying two different things to the public.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get feedback as to how effective those things are. I mean, you said we're doing well getting people in, but is it that you're marketing, they're marketing, or some combination? You don't know, probably.
I don't know. I think that's
or just natural.
A fascinating question, and I think it's worthy of research. We're so busy every day that we haven't had the time to step back and do some of that research, but we're aggressive with our marketing.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Stewart. I don't know if we'll have to ask you back, but we may. So, because you have 65 pages here, so it's like.
That's a lot in HB2.
Yes. Yeah. So certainly for HB2, we'll have.
I won't go on any more vacations.
Okay. Thank you. For the month of March, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So is Commissioner Jasper here? Maybe. We're going to be going to page, what is it? 242.
Hey, fishing game is under Division
2.
Closing.
Good.
How
So nothing goes through the cracks here.
about executive office?
That's us, but we probably won't see them.
That's
So
like the governor?
that's the governor, yeah.
We saw them at the
bigger meeting at the full finance.
Kind of,
Is that
yeah.
kind
If you looked at them, there'd probably be a small number here.
Yeah.
Oh, fees, here we go.
Is community college under us?
No, that's Division 2.
Division two.
All right, I'm sorry we're late, Commissioner. Hmm. Thank you for coming, Commissioner. So I'm just reading your letter here. We currently spend over $350,000 on pet vending. What does that mean? What do you spend? What are you doing with that money?
Oh, what are we doing? Well, we spend a lot of time doing inspections and follow-up. There are, thousands and thousands, I think, there are numbers in here, about 55,000 animals that are transferred around the state, and we regulate the people who are engaged in that, and those can be rescues or for-profits, but they have standards that the legislature has assigned that they must meet. And so we try to get in twice a year, but in reality, if somebody has a clean bill of health, we're probably only in these locations once a year. But there is a lot of work that goes with the trade, and spend a lot of time on those who are not complying with the laws and have problems. So we spend, probably 2.5 people within the four of our four, what am I trying to say? 4 veterinarian technicians, and excuse me, I have had 2 very poor nights of sleep. We were in DC, got held over without our luggage. And on top of that, I had a severe case of gout, and I could barely walk. I thought he was going to be pushing me through the airport in a wheelchair. I managed, and so I am not very sharp today, so forgive me. But it is the bane of our existence. If we could find somebody else to do pet vending, and if you find anybody who says they need something else to do, we're glad to give them pet vending. Although we just did develop our animal database, where now we're having, probably on average about 120 certificates come through that in a day.
Is it something where most of the problems you find are due to complaints rather than due to inspections?
There are a lot of complaints, but most of the problems I think we find are people not meeting the standards. And a lot of that has to do with when you're having animals, if you have untreated surfaces and animals are scratching at them, it's a breeding ground for bacteria or disease, and they're supposed to be painted or impervious to water, to things like that, and proper paperwork. A lot of times, we've seen some where it says it was a dog, and then someplace else on the same paperwork it might say it was a cat. So trying to figure out what are we actually dealing with. Paperwork is a big issue, and
so yes, Representative Muntz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again. Are the requirements in this area that the legislature has charged you with, are they still reasonable? I mean, are they consistent with best practice in the rest of the country?
I believe that they are. There's nothing in there. The vast majority of our pet vendors are able to meet the requirements very easily. One of the common things that we get from people who aren't is, well, yeah, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good work. Well, there's not an exemption in the law for doing good work. You don't get to violate the law just because you're trying to do good. So there's a lot of drama. Literally, there is a lot of drama involved in this.
Are these vendors licensed?
They are licensed.
So that's this $30,000 licensing
That is
fee?
correct.
I see. So you're proposing not to raise that, but more to have a per animal.
Right, because that would
fee.
make it proportional based on the usage,
Sure.
particularly of this multi-million-dollar database that we have and the requirements to maintain it. I'm sure you all know how much the annual licensing fees are, so.
I understand. All right, the next one, pesticide product registration.
Yes.
Have not increased the fees since 1980s. Okay, so we're talking about 40 years.
Right.
And
And the biggest one of those fees there, we can actually do within, yeah, that's the one that is in rule. And we can produce a lot more revenue there. And I do propose that we go forward with that as we're looking at all of these.
okay, so you don't need a
Don't need,
RSC change for that.
don't need on that, but the other increases we do, and we can certainly
Okay.
provide. And again, I apologize. I had expected to be in the office yesterday
Yeah.
and get all
Yeah,
of my ducks in a row.
Sure, and we can get more detail.
My
later.
ducks are all over the pond right now. so.
540,000 or it's missing.
I thought you might be.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the ones we have.
54,000 or something.
Oh, yeah.
So Representative Cambrils points out here, it's 540,000 or is it 554,000?
No, it's 540, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I apologize.
that was a late minute edit
Yeah,
because originally I thought that this was in law. And then I got a last minute note. And so
Gotcha.
in
Okay.
retyping, I left off a zero, but it is 540,000.
While
I
we're
don't
at
think
it.
that'll work too well.
Yeah, okay. Regulatory services. What's that?
So that deals with fertilizers, pet foods, and there are a lot of those products. So, yeah, I don't remember how many, is it 17,000 products? Something like that. I've got it here someplace in my detail.
Any animal feed product or any fertilizer that's registered in the state of New Hampshire has to come through our department, our Division of Regulatory Services.
Okay.
Yeah, but fertilizers, as I say, liming agents, pet food, seed. There's a whole lot of variety of things there.
Weights and measures fees were set 25 years ago.
Yeah, what's interesting there, and I'll give you the backstory, is they used to be in statute. They were raised in fee by 33% in 2010. And the legislature didn't like that and put them back to the old fees. So that's how it's ended up. Actually, they're the same as they were in 2000.
So for a while they were higher.
Yeah, for about a year.
Okay. And you wanted, so are you proposed to go up by a third or what?
Well,
is the
they're
number?
actually, they're relatively small fees. I think the rate of inflation at 2.75%, it comes up to somewhere in the vicinity of 80%. Now, these are relatively small fees. And so, yeah, they would go up significantly, but they would not be out of line with what the states around us are charging.
Okay.
That was one of the things that I said I
You would check into,
I
yeah.
directed my directors to look at the rate of inflation and then to look at what were other states charging, particularly around us. And these would be right in line with what our surrounding states are charging.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, excellent. Okay, good. Anybody want to ask a question about that? No? Okay. So let's go to page 242. So speaking of the general fund, page 242 is the bottom line of your budget. And your use of general funds is going up significantly, not from what we budgeted for fiscal year 25, but from what you actually spent in fiscal year 24. So, can we budget for less is the question. Since your spending level
prepared?
seems to be quite a bit less, yeah.
For accounting for a lot of that would be the animal records database, which from fiscal year 24 was about in the hundreds of thousands, 120,000, I believe, and it's up to 250,000 now. And then we expanded that through other divisions to update all of our records databases. And so modernizing that process, making more efficiencies within the department, just those two things alone are close to about 400,000 of that increase. And then when we have added salaries and benefits going into that, I think that makes up the majority of that increase. We might be able to look a little further, but I don't think that it's going to be a massive savings without reducing the services that we can provide.
So the amount you're paying DOIT is much higher?
No,
Is
that's,
it?
those are in our agency budget, those two pieces.
Those software things?
Correct.
I see. Okay. But it's software fee, I don't know what it's called, subscription types things.
Licensing,
Yeah, right,
implementation, first round.
Gotcha.
Maintenance.
Okay. Go ahead.
And we have had increase in personnel in there, and obviously just the 10% increase moving forward.
Well,
So we went
yes and no, right? Because that was in 2024.
Okay.
So I think
Yeah.
2025 was only another 2%,
Yeah,
right?
You're
So-
correct. Excuse me, but
But then there's there's some step
steps.
increase.
We did go through this budget with a fine tooth comb, realizing what we were facing, and short of laying off people that the legislature has authorized, which ultimately will just create other problems in a very small agency. I think we've done a very responsible budget. Obviously, we're not pleased with the funds that we had that were providing assistance for agricultural land preservation, for farmer stress. Those were large cuts, but there's no increase in personnel here, and there's nothing that
Okay.
I feel we could cut further on.
I understand. So on the other funds, you're projecting an increase of 700 or more $1,000. What's the source of that?
So I know with some of our federal funds, there are years that are, and I'm not sure if this is what's
Not
accounting for that.
federal. So federal looks
other-
like
Okay, excuse me.
federal looks like
Yeah.
it's up a little, but not much, right? But I'm asking about other funds.
Oh, yeah. Michelle, do you?
No, but those are all new. None of those are in the book. I understand. Well, it may even be, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, was part of that the change on the, what used to be the product?
I think so.
Yeah,
Oh.
so there was a change in the bill last year, which changed the percentage that of other funds, so that more money was going to the general fund from one category, and then that was moved into there, and as a result, we cut general fund requests for personnel, so that we're trying to, within the regulatory fund, whatever that's called, and in pesticides, more personnel are being funded from there, but that has brought in more to others simply because of the fact that more staying there.
Essentially, we shifted some of funding from those dedicated funds, so that it looks like there's more spending coming out of the dedicated funds rather than have it come out of general funds.
So are you saying the balances in the dedicated funds were growing faster than we're growing, right?
Yeah.
So revenue was more than you were expending. And so therefore you adjusted spending up.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Okay, good. So let's go back to page 207, I guess. Let's see, what are we looking for time? Wait.
207 is. the
Yeah, we don't have much time, so, maybe, yeah, let's go to page, I'm looking for a place where there's big increases in general fund, so let's try 210. Oh, this is your database, right?
Yeah.
So this is your software.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you bought a new computer. Okay.
A big one.
Yeah. Okay. 220, 221. Let's see. Yeah. So, more temps or so animal population control. Is that? Well, I don't know. It's personnel services non-benefit. What is that? Are those temps, part-timers or something? Is it?
No, it shouldn't be that much.
Animal population control. So that was a part-time position.
No, I'm asking about class 45.
Oh, 45. Personal
Yeah.
services.
But that doesn't make any sense. Why it would double? We haven't doubled the staff there.
I think that's one of our dedicated funds they're trying to spend out.
What she said was it's one of the dedicated funds that, again, we're trying to spend down, but that wouldn't have come out of the general fund ask.
Yeah.
No, that's animal population control is not general fund.
Right.
Personnel services.
Oh, yes, correct. There's, that is, that's coming from a revolving fund.
But where's it going to? That's the question.
No, I think that was a case again where we were shifting, where the employees' salaries were coming from.
And this position essentially works to a point, and when the budget for that salary personnel runs out, the services stop for the year. This person supports helping low-income folks with this, getting spay and neuters of their animals to reduce animal population, and this would allow us to continue out for the full year. It's sort of giving some leeway so that the position can provide the services for longer during the year.
This is where we actually increased to 100%. So what was happening, so we were paying veterinarians about 80% of what it actually cost them to do the spay and neuter. We were seeing that number drop off dramatically. And so we were afraid we were going to have a program with no veterinarians to provide it. So we upped it to 100%. That was growing, and I think this is largely an estimate, but it's coming from a dedicated fund, so it doesn't make any difference. I think it's the large increases due to the hope and that we will have the money there to be able to actually provide the services.
I see. So you don't think the 500,000 is likely to be spent, right? It's
No, and because it's a dedicated fund, it doesn't really matter.
I see what you're
but-
saying.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so it does in the sense that if you could use this dedicated fund for something else in the budget that is now generally funded, then I could have some more general funds for,
That is where this is funded through the dog licensing.
Right.
And there's a dedicated amount that goes there. So if you want to steal money from the dog owners who are already not happy about the fact that we are putting some of this money towards cats.
Right. I guess.
So, yeah, that is always the.
Well, but I
old
mean,
issue
if there's anything else you were doing with dog licensing that was not,
Yeah.
that was generally funded, but,
Yeah, no, we are not.
Okay. Well, or, some part of your time goes to dog licensing, right? So,
I have nothing to do with that at all.
well, I mean,
Totally a cat man.
Yeah.
no, but I meant, you.
Yeah, no,
you
because
see what I
that's
mean.
really is, there's the one person with an authorization for 10 hours a week when she's on vacation.
Okay.
That stays totally internal, and
Gotcha.
she deals with it all. And Dr. Crawford does sign off on whether it was reasonable or not, but that's about it, which is much easier now that we're paying 100%, not having to do the math.
Okay. All right. Well, I think, let me ask about 229, I guess.
Page 229.
Oh, so invasive species, you're giving a lot of grants here. New this year, new this biennium, or they
Yes.
moved from somewhere else?
Yeah, well, I think we had, was it 100 or 150,000 as part of that grant program for towns to apply for the invasive species?
we reimburse towns a percentage of their, it's not.
If they,
It's 100 total. Anyways, sorry.
yeah. Yeah,
That's like Japanese knotweed and things
Japanese
like that, right?
knotweed,
Which is
what is-
horrifying.
Yeah. I can never remember that berry. I don't
But it's something that wasn't being done before.
That is correct. Bittersweet. I don't know why I can never remember bittersweet. Yeah, and tree of heaven is another one.
It's
Yeah.
really such a problem.
I just have this
I
block.
think
in
we
my-
talked about that the last
Yeah.
time. You
So
were
this
here.
is there. That was a newly funded position a while ago. So we do have one more person in that division than we had the previous biennium. We have not seen much bird flu. We have only seen it really in people that are like sanctuaries or rescues, and they might have a pond, and then a wild goose flies in, and then it spread. And it is serious in that because of the quarantine zones, Hubbard Farms, which is a international breeder of poultry, they can get up to $150 per chick now for their specialty birds. Yeah, it actually costs them significant, and I'm talking a couple $1 million of sales, because this one little sanctuary was within their quarantine zone, and Japan would not take the anything in from New Hampshire. So we're lucky, but
Okay.
that's good. Must have some neighbors.
What's the Division of Regulatory Services?
That is the division that deals with the generally, what is it, GAP. They deal with the seed registration, which was a big problem last year. Once we divested ourselves of doing organic inspections, we found out that New Hampshire had become a dumping ground for expired seeds, such as grass seeds. So you bought your grass seed and it didn't sprout. You thought it was because you didn't water it enough, or you watered it too much, or whatever. It's probably because it had expired. We collected over $100,000 in fines in that area. We had issued about $250,000 in fine, just trying to get some attention, but it was still significant that we actually did collect, because they were just moving the stuff all over the place.
Can I send my water bill to you to get reimbursed?
No.
But it's something where you hadn't been spending much at all, right? And it's really growing, page 217.
That should be less from the general fund, because we've shifted so
No,
much.
not, well, some more from the general fund, but also
I'm
from
sorry?
other stuff. 217. But in 2024, it was only a $16,000 thing, and now it's going to be 150 or something.
You're looking at Division of Regulatory Services.
Yes. Yeah. So is those matching?
That's because this is, that the,
Oh, is this? Oh, this is FISMA, isn't it?
No.
No, that's not FISMA. No. Okay.
We have been drawing down accounting unit 2605, which is one of our dedicated fund accounts. And by the end of this biennium, that account is not going to be sustainable with the way we're drawing the funds down. So a lot of that cost was in previous bienniums. And then we absorbed it into 2605, which is the product, was called the Product Scale Testing Fund. Now it's Agricultural Product Regulatory Fund. So we're trying to shift that, some of that fund.
Yeah, there are no new positions in there. Well, obviously.
Yeah.
you know,
In which
but-
those positions used to be in that accounting unit, but now are in that. the
Gotcha.
other account.
All right. All right. So we will consider your fee suggestions. We like those, I think.
All right. Would you like me to, who would you like me to send chapter and verse to?
Yeah, you can do that to Jack and he'll get it to us. Yeah. And I don't know if you have any House Bill 2 stuff, do you? Nothing? No. Okay. Well, this would be, all this fee stuff will become a House
yes,
Bill 2,
yes.
right? Okay. So we may or may not ask you back, but thank you very much. All right. Yes, yes. Okay. All right, now. Okay. All right, so we've saved the best for last. Yeah. I have not, fortunately.
I know.
They hide it. Yeah. Because these guys have in House Bill 1, 131 pages. Yeah. So we are not going to go page by page, I don't think. Maybe that's why they have so many pages. But let's go to page 733. Oh, and welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you. We have a handout too, if the,
Good.
if it pleases the committee.
Yes, please. All right, so let's look at this page here.
I have the.
Okay. So I'll just tell you, one of the things we do is we look at spending on 2019 versus 2025, right? To see what's the progress in spending. And you have one of the more unusual lines in that over those 6 years, your general fund spending went down 3%, but your total spending went up 68%. So I don't know what you're, I don't know if that's doing something right or wrong. I don't know, but it's very unusual. You like it, huh?
So if it pleases the chair, I can address that up front a little, at least some of
Sure.
that. So
Yeah.
obviously from 2019 to now, a lot's happened, and we received significant amounts of ARPA money for water and wastewater infrastructure. The infrastructure bill was over a 5-year period, which is still continuing, added almost $500 million in water and wastewater infrastructure. So I'll let, in a moment, once I'm done, given the broad brush, Susan Carlson, I'm sure, can elaborate, but that's a big chunk of that increase, right? So, and that's a sign of post-COVID, a lot of money was injected into infrastructure. So that's, obviously, we have roughly 200 programs or so, so there's a lot of moving parts within there, but those are the big ticket items that are probably driving that, if that makes sense. So
Okay. Okay, yeah, go ahead with it. Why don't you do the presentation?
yeah, so if I may, before
Briefly.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'll be really brief, and then I'll hand over for the presentation for our Chief Operating Officer, Susan Carlson. Again, I'm Bob Scott. Happy to be back again. Some items I want to note. So obviously now we're talking about the governor's budget. Last time we were here, we weren't able to talk freely about that. I will say, for context, before, two items in the governor's budget. One, which was the governor's initiative on permit consolidation, which is in House Bill 1 and 2, and I know we'll be back next Friday to discuss that, I assume, in more detail.
Yes.
And the addition of some funds in our dam safety program in lieu of a larger fee increase. Before that, we had roughly an 11% reduction in general funds. After those two items were entered in, we're now at roughly a 7% reduction. I also want to note, and I think we did this in our last presentation, of the roughly, basically half almost of the 7% we have remaining in general funds is the state aid grant program. There's a slide on that Sue Carlson and we can go through. And again, I do want to note that in that program, with the existing wastewater projects that have already been entered into that program, and again, this is a debt service payment over 20 or so years, without adding any additional wastewater treatment plants, and if we were to pay all that debt service as a state, that's $140 million. So I just wanted people to have some context of that program and where that goes, and that's assuming funds availability, of course.
So explain that. I'm not sure I understand.
So this, and again, there's a slide on this, so, you know.
Right, which page?
Or we want to go right there? Okay.
Yeah.
It should be,
Page, is it 10?
it's slide 12.
12. Sure. Whatever the chair desires. We can.
Yeah.
Just so you understand what the commissioner just said, state aid grant programs for wastewater, when we make an award, we then pay our 20% on their debt service. Most communities have a 20-year debt service schedule. Right now, on our existing grants that we have made, we have debt service payments going out to 2052, and those going out to 2052 total up to slightly less than $140 million. It's not that we're making $140 million in payments this year, it's just over the next 20 plus years. We've already calculated there's that liability sitting there.
Okay. But the annual is one of these 6 million type numbers, or?
Yeah, let me go through this.
Okay, sure.
The state aid grant program is a general fund program, and the wastewater is the largest active program of state aid grants. We have a small landfill closure state aid grant program. We have a small public water interconnection program. Both of those programs we consider to be closed. We're not making any new awards. Like landfills, there's less than 10 years left in payments, and on the public water systems, there's maybe 15 years left of payments, and they're small dollars. Wastewater is an active grant program. And as you know, under ARPA and now under Bill, communities are receiving millions of dollars in federal aid to do major wastewater projects. Now, those grant monies are not funding 100% of that project. They're funding a proportional. So towns are taking on debt to make those improvements. And as those projects finish, we participate under statute on 20% of the debt service that they have once the project is complete. So if the city of Manchester has a $12 million project they get $6 million in funding from federal grants or other sources, then they have a bond of $6 million. We contribute 20% on that remaining $6 million of bond. Up until recently, the state aid grant program in the budget has been in Accounting Unit 1003, and it had received an appropriation in the operating budget. Over the last few years, or last few bienniums, funding in the budget has been erratic. A lot of the funding is now in HB2, or in some cases is coming in a separate bill. Currently,
I think we have such a bill.
yes, yes, you do. Currently, we have funding in that accounting unit coming from two sources. One is House Bill 395, which was passed in the 22 session, which provided us funding in FY23 and FY24. Then in HB2 from the 23 session, we received a lump sum of $27.9 million, but it was appropriated to us as a 23 appropriation, not as a 24 appropriation. So it doesn't show up in our 24 budget or our 25 budget as an appropriation. It just a huge balance forward. What we have been
Is
doing.
this in a dedicated fund or?
No, it's not a dedicated fund. It is
Okay.
just a general fund appropriation.
It's just on the books.
It's
right?
on the books.
It's a
and
non-lapsing.
And it's non-lapsing.
Right, okay.
So what we've been doing, because we have these two pots of money, and just to give you an idea, we are currently paying on 174 projects. So that is the population that we're currently paying on. What we have been doing with the HB 398 money is, as communities submit their applications for state aid grants, we've been making the initial award using that appropriation. Then once we get past that first year, then at that point, we then call it, okay, that's maintenance. And then we start paying the second year onward out of the HB2 money. That's what this table is showing you. So right now, under these two pots of money that sit in one accounting unit, we started the 24-25 biennium with $7.8 million of HB 398 money. And we started 24-25 with $27.9 million of what I call the HB2 money. During 24 and 25, we have dispersed out and made new awards. And we have pending in our program right now an additional, I think, 6 to 9 applications that we could be making new awards on right now. In addition to that, we have been making what we call our maintenance payments. We've made $10.8 million last year, and we're going to be making $10.3 million this year in payments out of the HB2 money, which will leave us $6.1 million left of the HB 398 money and $6.6 million in change of the HB2 money. Forecasting out for 26 and 27 under HB 398, we have potentially 12 to 15 new awards we think we might be making in 26, and then another 15 new awards we might be making in 27. With those estimated payments, that would be spend another approximately $3 million. We would end the 26-27 biennium with $3.1 million of that HB 398 money left. On the HB2 money, what I've done is in 26, we have defined maintenance payments of 10.2, new payments, estimated new payments from any new awards we make this year of $700,000. So our payments would be $11 million. Our current budget for 26 is sitting at $8.9 million. which leaves a difference of 2.1. In 27, our maintenance payments would be 9.7 plus another 700,000 from the 25 awards, plus 1.2 million of additional funds and payments that came from 26 awards. So we'd be at 11.6. The budget is currently sitting at 8.6, a difference of 3 million. We started if we'd start the 26-27 biennium with a $6.6 million excess, you subtract out the two differences for 26 and 27, we will end the 27 biennium with a balance of that original HB2 money of slightly under 1.5 million. So
Okay.
that is where we stand on state aid grants at a very high level.
So if I looked in House Bill 1, I would find 8.918 for 26 and 8.605 for 27, right?
Yes.
And if I wanted to, I could take the extra 4.6 that I see at the bottom of the page and lower those two amounts.
You could.
Okay.
I will tell you, just so you understand what we're forecasting, is we are looking at, like I said, 15 new awards in 26, 15 new awards, or actually upwards of 15 to 30 new awards in 27, and additional 30 new awards in 28. What we are forecasting out is, as this ARPA money has been spent, and as all these wastewater projects are now being completed, communities have this volume of projects that they will be coming into us for state aid grant funding. So the demand will be going up.
Okay. Now, you said it's all wastewater. I thought some of these are freshwater, no?
Wastewater is sewer.
Sewer, right.
Yeah, there's no drinking water in this program.
Oh, but there is somewhere else.
We have a small public water interconnection state aid grant program, but that's a closed program. There's no new general fund awards in that. If you read the statute for that, it was based on an EPA change in regulations from the 90s. That's all done.
Okay. But then there's other federal grants?
Oh,
for-
there's a lot of other federal grants for public water systems.
I see what you're
And
saying.
then there's the Drinking Water, Groundwater Trust Fund.
Several.
Several.
Separate.
There's a lot of.
There's all kinds of other money.
Yeah.
Right,
yes,
right, right.
yes.
Is there other such things for wastewater or not?
No. Well, there is the SRF loan program,
Okay.
that, and some of the, and with the bill money that comes, the supplemental bill money, there is additional money there. But generally, there are not grants for wastewater treatment systems.
So again, the difference here is the state aid grant program is that after the fact, you've already built your plant, you're commissioned it, and now the state is helping to pay debt service up to 20%. The state revolving loan fund and the other funds we're talking about are upfront and during construction to get it going. So it's on the other side, if you will.
But we tell them before they build it that this money is available or not?
That would be, I'm sure Representative Bucco would have a lot of opinions on this, but I would argue, at least from our staff, given that starting under Governor Lynch, this program has stopped and started multiple times. We try to assure them that this is not a guarantee.
I see.
And it's subject to availability of funds.
Gotcha.
Others may say different, but.
So if I turn to page 733, and I see that you're budgeting 27 million of general funds per year, we've just seen 8 of that, 8.5 or something each year. Is that what we're saying?
Can you say that question?
So on page 733, I look at general funds.
Yeah.
27.358 and 27.835, right? What you just told me is roughly 8 to 9 million of that.
Yes.
Right? So we haven't yet heard about 18 million or so of that, right? Or it's,
Yes.
yeah, in each year.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good.
So,
All right. Representative Griffin.
so that brings me to the question of that 18 million, is any of that matching funds?
Yes.
How-
I can't give you an exact number of how much of our general funds is matching, but, I would have to get back to you with an exact number. I wouldn't want to guess.
Can you guess about,
She doesn't want to.
we're trying to get a grasp of the picture. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be to the penny.
I would say, I would be guessing at 20 to 25%, but I really want to confirm that.
Well, let me ask a question like, if you were to lose 15 million of general funds, what impact would it have on you? And how much of that could you manage to use federal funds to cover?
We would probably lose 75% of our general fund programs. And I would doubt we could replace any of that with federal funds. Our primary federal agency for our funding is EPA. And we have no idea what is happening to EPA's budget going forward.
Well, let me rephrase the question. Other than those funds that are required for matching funds and are already committed to the wastewater thing, whatever's left, what would the impact of losing that be?
We would probably lose, our circular maintenance program, which is the program that manages the former federal Superfund sites. We would lose our solid waste management program. We would lose lakes and rivers management. We would lose shellfish. We would lose dam operations. We would lose commissioner's office.
Maybe not a lot.
Maybe. We probably would lose the majority of our administrative staff. We would probably lose geology. We would lose, most of our programs.
Yeah, we'd have to cut programs. I don't see federal funds
So,
being able to.
so here is the position that the finance finds itself in. We have to make cuts, and the cuts are going to be significant. And we want to know what damage we're going to do. So, because I'm sure there'll be some damage, because the revenue shortfall is large enough that there's going to be cuts here, there, and everywhere, pretty much. The governor's 4% isn't going to be sufficient. So I'm trying to get a grasp on what the impact of those cuts is going to be in each agency. So any light you can shed on that.
Yeah. When you talk about like your office, for example, don't federal grants allow some fraction of them to be used for administration and things like that? Yeah.
Usually it's the other way around. We're matching with our staff time usually, but good.
I see.
The administration and support account, which is the first account in our budget, as you can see, we collect 47% of that accounting unit through the indirect cost proposals. And that's how we recapture a good portion of the admin and support. The commissioner's office is in the statewide indirect cost pool, which gets collected part of what they call the SWICAP dollars, and it goes right to administrative services, the Department of Administrative Services. So, but we don't capture it on our budget. The Commissioner's Office is 100% general fund.
Gotcha. All right, Representative Griffin again, and then Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a follow-up question. Obviously, when you inspect dams, you get revenue. When you do septic systems, you get revenue. You receive revenue for most of what you do. Is that revenue now all going to the general fund, or is it going into an interagency fund? Is it in other funds?
For the ones you mentioned, those are going for those programs. I will say, in our view is fee for service makes a lot of sense. So we have some projected increases in those fees as well in House Bill 2 moving forward.
But are you retaining those fees to cover your costs?
Yes.
So you not necessarily wouldn't lose everything that you.
Well, those programs are already on the budget as other funds. They are not on the budget as general funds.
Yeah.
So they're not in our $27 million number.
Well, like inspection of dams that you mentioned that you lose, aren't there significant fees when somebody owns a dam and has it inspected?
I would argue, no, they're not significant fees, but we're trying to increase them. But to answer your earlier question, I mean, the only program that comes to mind, and Director Wimsat's behind me, but the solid waste program, to the extent they have fees, that goes into the general fund and then back to staff again. So that's, anyways, so they do have fees, but it's not enough to cover, but it goes to the general funds, if that answers your question. So.
Representative Ebel wants to add some fees to that, I think. Anyway.
She does.
Yes, she does. Okay. Representative Weiler.
But what we found is that a lot of the fees we charge haven't been changed for 20 years, sometimes longer, and everything else has gone up in 20 years. If we
Agreed.
set them by the price of eggs, we could triple them. Anyway, it's a way to keep from having to cut so deep.
Yes.
If we bring it in more in fees, that would make up for the general fund that we have to increase, or I see you've already taken a considerable cut, but if it would ease some of the pain for your agency, if places you collected fees, you went back and looked, said, whoa, that's been the same since 2010.
Well, you bring up the dam safety program. So right now, what's proposed, there's going to be a very modest fee increase, and it will be augmented with general funds to not have a big fee increase. As an example, I suspect that may be what you're getting at, Representative. The other thing we've been, you'll see some language from us on, you're right, we have some fees, for instance, it hasn't increased since 2009. And things have cost more, the cost of living. So the other thing we have some language we've thrown out is, okay, set the fee and then have a CPI attached to that. And if with approval from the commissioner, we would go to the fiscal committee, for example, to implement, but it would at least allow, not have that huge sticker shock from going from 2009 and then, oh my God, the fee's doubling.
We've already had the big sticker shock and gasoline, eggs, groceries, everything. So, I mean, if it means we don't have to reduce your operations as much, and I'd appreciate it if you do an analysis of all your fees, give us an idea if you went up by just CPI, how much more would we bring in that we wouldn't have to worry about? You got to cut this and you got to cut that.
Okay,
That's people have got to expect it. They've got it everywhere else.
Yeah, that's very much in line with what we'd be interested in. I also, for a later discussion, we've had similar discussion on dams. Right now, dams are not being funded in an appropriate way, sustainable way, in my opinion. And I think the answer is ultimately some kind of fee for service, right?
I even saw a suggestion, I know the waterfront people would hate it, but stick something on each of them. They all want to get involved in, hey, you can't draw down my dam. I won't be able to take my boat out. So, okay.
We may have heard that, yes.
All right. Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in again. How much money is there in this budget for PFAS remediation, including at, as Director Winsett knows, I'm interested in landfills, at landfills. And then my second question is related to that. If we were to make significant cuts in general funding, resources available to you, what would the implications be on the availability of federal funding to support those efforts?
So I'll let Sue, I'll buy some time for Sue Carlson here to develop an answer, but a few things. And again, as Representative Weiler pointed out, we do have, I would want to point you to our summary on page 11 of our slide. So that talks a little bit about PFAS, but other things also. So you will see 55 million in 26. That's from a nationwide settlement. That's our expected amount coming to New Hampshire. I will put as a caveat, I know that's not where the representative was suggesting, that money has kind of been pre-obligated to the water system. So the PFAS, it'll go to water systems who have incurred a cost to remediate PFAS. The good news is here's my commercial, between the good efforts of the Department of Justice here and my staff, proportionally, New Hampshire is going to get more out of this settlement than any other state. That's the good news. The bad news, this is going to be pennies on a dollar for what they've incurred. So you may hear some rumbling, but at least we're trying. We also, you may remember in past bienniums, we were allowed $55 million in bonding for PFAS. That's still there. But bottom line is we have a mix of general funds to address PFAS. Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund has kicked in some places. And some of the federal money, I mentioned the infrastructure money under the title of emerging contaminants. It's kind of a broad thing we're able to use also. So there is a mix of money. I will add, unfortunately, just like I mentioned for the water systems, the impact is still larger than the amount of money, but there are some. So I don't have a figure for all the general funds. I don't know if Sue, if I give you enough time. If not, I'll start tap dancing. How's that? So.
If you look on page 717. Account 4728, that is our emerging contaminant fund. That is primarily the one we're talking about. And as you can see, if you look at 26, you can see it jumps up to $86 million. That's primarily because we've asked, and the governor nicely included it in her operating budget, to put in $55 million of the potential of the settlement funds we intend to receive on 3M. That's the biggest single piece, but that is the program where we do the majority of the PFAS work. As the commissioner said, there is under our Drinking Water Groundwater Bureau, we are getting approximately $9 million a year dealing with emerging contaminants. And if you flip the page to 719, this is the account, this is our PFAS response fund. This is primarily being funded, as the commissioner said, out of a $50 million capital appropriation. We have been granted some additional funds over the past years of supplemental general funds put in here, this account, but the budget is actually set based on what we have available of that bond money.
So there's really no connection between either of these and kind of general fund, federal fund matching formulas?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go back to 733? So just in general, I don't remember when we budgeted the previous biennium that there was a $210 million increase from 24 to 25. So things must have happened in the meantime, right? So,
This is the deceiving part of the way this budget is structured. 24 is actual expenditures. It's not appropriations, and it also doesn't reflect encumbrances. When we ended fiscal year 24, what is not reflected in this number is we had $404 million in encumbrances.
wow. Okay.
Most of that in grants and loans.
Okay.
And so
New ones in 2024 or just
combina-
total?
com- total
okay,
combination.
fine, okay.
And that's excluding ARPA money. So it's very deceiving when you look at our budget versus our expend, because our expend is not keeping it. It looks like we're not spending our budget, but in reality, we are using, nearly 98% of our budget because we have encumbrances. The thing with loans that most people are unaware of, when we give out like a clean water loan or a drinking water loan, the average time it takes from the time we issue that loan till it is spent by the communities averages between 3 to 5 years. So we have money, we have to budget to be able to issue those loans, but the spend doesn't match the year we issue
I
the
see what
loan.
you're saying. Okay.
If I collaborate, it's not like we issue a check to a community and walk away. They especially if there's federal strings attached, Buy American, Davis-Bacon wage, et cetera. We have to monitor all that, but also they have to meet their engineering design before we pay them. So basically they remit saying, hey, we've reached this milestone. We have to have our engineering staff validated, our accounting staff make sure all the things have been met, and then we pay. So it would be nice if it was just issue a check and walk away, but there's quite a tail to this, and obviously loans that are 20 years or more have to be serviced also.
So how about the way money comes from the federal government? Is it that you say you have 400 million in encumbrances? Obviously, a lot of that is going to be paid for with money that comes from the federal government. Is that the federal government has already sent us that money, or that they're obligated to send us when
Yes.
it comes due, et cetera?
The feds, with the exception of ARPA, the feds never advance us money.
Okay.
And how we have our loan set up is, as the commissioner said, the towns will draw on their loans when they've dispersed funds. We always disperse on a reimbursement basis. The federal government always disperses on a reimbursement basis.
Okay.
So essentially, when we cut a check, let's say the city of Manchester, they come in with a reimbursement request for $1.2 million. We're committing federal funds, federal loan to that. We will disperse them within 24 hours of dispersing that funds to the city of Manchester. We've submitted a request to the feds to draw that money out of the federal government.
Okay. So the actual from 2024 of 47 million of federal funds, that's what they actually sent us in 2024, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Plus or minus some receivables.
Okay. But the 187 we're putting in here for fiscal year 25 includes some money that they won't send us in 25, but they promise to send us
Yes.
later when the spending happens.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So the amount they're actually going to send us in 25 is probably somewhere in between those two numbers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it will, as fast as we can spend it, that's how much we'll get back from them.
Gotcha. Okay. But they are obligated, so we can make
Yes.
promises to
Yes.
towns
We
and
don't,
so on.
we don't issue grants until we have an award in hand.
Gotcha.
Now, I can't count for if the federal government decides to rescind things.
Sure.
Never heard
All
of
right, Representative Evil.
Yeah, so if you look at the general fund line on page 733, the 2025 adjusted authorized took quite a dip there. So what accounted for that?
That is because the state aid grant money was not part of our appropriation for 25. That was the money we received actually appropriated in 23. As you can see, we spent $27 million in 24. That reflects actual state aid grant disbursements that aren't reflected in the budget.
It's that page we went over.
Right,
yeah,
in
yeah.
detail.
Yeah.
But you basically held the line on general fund spending for 26, 27.
Yes, we've tried to.
Great. Okay.
Mr. Chair, my apologies, but
I understand. Yes. He's not being rude. He had a previous commitment. Okay. All right. So let's, why don't we go to the rest of your presentation? If there's any.
Oh, that's right. We were doing a presentation. So
Now that we kind of got the big picture, I
Yeah.
think, right?
So again, if anything, if page 11 of our presentation is probably the most important. Before I let Sue go through this, I do want to add that we will be asking for probably next week, I guess, a technical amendment to the fish and game portion of the governor's permitting consolidation, just to give you a heads up on that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're doing Friday.
House Bill
Yeah,
2.
we have House Bill 2. Well, we might have it other days too, but yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, do you think it would be possible to have the fees that Chair Weiler requested for potential increases by Friday?
So just to make sure we understand the homework assignment, so it would be areas where we could alleviate general funds with a fee increase. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Think we can have that, but you want by when?
Well, no, I just, whatever these guys say.
Okay.
And just so you know, before I forget, I do have a few minor technical corrections I would like to present before this committee sometime.
House
during-
Bill 1 things?
House
or-
Bill 1 things, yes.
Okay, are they in here or no?
No, I separated them out. Because I wanted to talk about them and then give the LBA
I see.
the
Okay.
pages
Gotcha.
to make it easier.
All right, well, why don't we finish page 11 and then we can talk about that.
Essentially, what I would like to do is kind of back up to page 5.
Okay, page 5.
I gave you extras. I know we have presented this pie chart before, but I wanted to give you this pie chart as it stands using the governor's budget numbers, because with the addition of the $55 million, our funding splits have changed. As you can see in the source of funds, the two blue pieces of the pie represent our state revolving loan programs, both the federal funds and the repayment funds. Together, they add up to 37% of our entire operating budget. All other federal funds at $57 million account for 14%. All of our other fee accounts, other than SRF fees and Drinking Water Groundwater Trust, add up to another $78 million or 20% of our operating budget. The trust fund is sitting now at $86 million or 22% of our operating budget, with our general funds down to 7% of our operating budget. So I just wanted you to see the mix of funds that we have. If you flip over to page,
So the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust funds, this 86 million, we expect that to be mostly a one-time payment in
yes,
this.
55 million of it is that one-time thing. It's normally,
Yeah.
in the $20 million
And that's not going to be repeated, or if it is, we have no idea that it would. Yeah,
We do not know how much additional settlement money
understand.
we might receive.
great.
I think you anticipate more lawsuits, though.
Yes. This is only part of that settlement.
Okay.
As far as uses of funds go, 74% of our budget for 26 is literally going out the door in the form of grants, reimbursement, loans, and contracts. Only those three little blue slices add up to the operating expenses that literally stay in-house, and even a portion of those go to the other state agencies for our budget. So just to give you an idea how much of our budget does not stay in-house. What I've done on the following slide is just to break down an analysis comparing our 26 and 27 budgets versus against the baseline of 25. As you can see, our grants are down by $1 million in 26 and $2 million in 27. Loans have dropped significantly by $46 million. Reimbursements overall, because we have a number of programs that do reimbursements, went up significantly, which is primarily the $55 million for the PFAS reimbursements, offset by decreases in other programs.
So what you mean here is this would be money going to water systems who would put in PFAS filters? Is that a reimbursement?
PFAS remediation work,
Okay.
okay?
So it could be a water system.
It could be a water system.
Putting treatment on, or even extending water pipes to somebody's private well that has been contaminated.
I see. Gotcha.
Contracts went from 25 to 26, went up about $2 million in 26, and then dropped $5 million in 27. The difference is because we front-loaded some contracts into 26. Salary and benefits went up approximately 3% per year, which is about the average we have. And the interagency transfers stayed relatively flat. Interagency transfers for us is the payments we make to administrative services for building rent, DOIT, for services, Department of Justice, EAP, those types of costs.
Okay. So let's, as long as we're on salary and benefits here, of these 500 employees, how many are vacant?
We have 47 vacant full-time positions,
Okay. And funded or unfunded?
funded.
Okay. Full-time. And but you're in a hiring freeze, right? So you're not?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Not actively looking, okay.
Could we do away with half? Come back with an answer.
And if so, would it affect the general fund? Which it might, I guess, in some cases, anyway. Okay.
Obviously, to the extent we make large cuts, we'll do less with less, right? So that would mean less services. I just, stating the obvious. Right?
Okay.
The people that are working hard.
Yeah.
But the bottom line here is that your percent change is minus 18%, right? On your page that you just went through
Yep.
here. I mean, so you've already done some cutting.
Yes, 27 is down over 26. If I was to go back to the presentation from the agency phase, you would have seen a cut in both years. 26 is actually showing an increase, but only because of the $55 million.
Yes. Okay. I guess it would be interesting to us to have this kind of detail, but on the general fund part only. Right?
We can do that.
Yeah. Right.
I get
Yeah.
from treasury, paycheck. January you had 488, December you had 526.
Mm-hmm.
We do have some part-time staff, not a great deal. It also fluctuates, too by, vacancy rates as well.
Yeah, well, you can, yeah. So Representative Griffin has a request.
I wonder if you could get us a list of the federal funds that require matching funds
Yep.
and the source or possible sources of those matching funds. In other words, if matching funds could be paid by other revenues or agency revenues rather than general revenues, general fund revenues.
Yep.
I think it would be helpful to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the next slide, it's, what I did was slice and dice the information just by sources of funds. So using 25 as the baseline, as you can see, 26 general funds went up by 7.9 million. Obviously, that is nearly all of, the majority of that is because we put state aid grants back on the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Federal funds, the SRF programs, we lowered the funding from 25 to 26 for the SRF. What I did was kind of right size the budget for 26, 27, bringing it down. We had received a lot of extra bill money in 24 and 25, so I brought those budgets down for 26, 27. All other federal funds, we
Is that because of the loan requests weren't as big? Is that what you mean? Or
I was trying to adhere to what the governor asked us to do to right-size the budget, so I brought those down, knowing that if we actually end up spending higher than what we have budgeted, we can go back in front of fiscal to ask for additional funds.
okay.
All other federal programs had a small change. The SRF fee count, it was basically, we had a very small change. We flatlined it pretty well. The trust fund obviously saw a big spike in 26 and an offset in 27. And all other of our fee accounts, we took a reduction of $8 million each year. And a lot of that is because of the MTVE program that particular program is ending its funding.
Oh, okay.
I did, as a matter of course, on the next slide, show you what the changes were from our agency phase to the governor's phase. I thought that might be interesting information for you. As you can see, we lowered some grant lines primarily. That was in the side grants. We also lowered the grants for the lake restoration program. Loans didn't change. Reimbursements obviously went up by the 55 million. Contracts and operating expenses changed slightly because in the governor's phase, we took the two new programs from Fish and Game and Dancer. We added those. That also increased our salary and benefits because it was 8 positions we were putting on. And it also increased slightly interagency transfers.
And you'll note the air permit fee, so we were, in the time of surplus, we were getting a general fund contribution, so we didn't need to raise the fees on air permitting. The stationary sources in the state, that's being removed, and that'll go into the fee increases instead, which sounds like it's in line with the questions you were asking.
Right. And on the next slide, again, this shows based on funding categories, the difference between the agency phase and the governor's phase. As you can see, we did another $2 million reduction in general funds overall. our SRF federal changed just slightly. Some of these very small dollars changes occurred because in the governor's phase, there was a revamping of the benefit rates, and these hit across all agencies. And we saw, and that's what the small dollars and the trust obviously was a rounding, that's 55 million. We did move between the agency and the governor's phase, we did move one of our major programs from general funds to fees, and that was the Wetlands Administration Program. We took that off the general fund entirely and moved it to the fee. The commissioner has already gone over the two slides. One is the overall changes that we have had, and then slide 11 was we've already discussed, which was the change in the state aid grants. I did hand out to Jack the few technical corrections we are asking for in this budget. One of them is our account called River Restoration Dam Removal. We just were notified that we are getting some grant money from charitable foundations to do removal on the Gonic Dam, and getting some grant funds to do some stream crossing fixes. So that we'd like to add about $236,000 a year for that program. That none of that is general funds. The second request is the LRM data check tool. As DNCR talked to you earlier this afternoon about positions in the governor's budget, there were 4 positions from DNCR that was moved to our budget. The way we 3 of the original 4 positions that were sent to us, we are sending back to DNCR, and we are getting one
Nobody
other.
wants them.
Oh, yeah. DNCR wants them.
Okay.
And DNCR is sending us 1 position. The net change to that account is a reduction of $212,000 in 26 and $223,000 in 27. And then my last request for a change is on the $55 million. I forgot to ask the governor's office if they would kindly put a footnote on this one particular class line to make it the appropriation non-lapsing for the biennium. We hope to disperse it all in 26, but in case we can't disperse it all in 26, I'd like to roll that class into 27. Yes, that is my number 2. Yeah.
And as I mentioned, we'll have an additional one if we'd like to do regarding the governor's permitting consolidation. Similar to what we're doing with DNCR, we have similar discussions going on with Fish and Game, and we should be able to do that early next week, correct?
Where would it lapse to?
It's not a lapse per se, it would roll into the fund. It's not a lapse. It's not a lapse. I didn't know how to word it. I just needed the appropriation not to expire at the end on June 30th, 26. Yes, it's just good for the biennium. If you have better language, I would clearly take it.
If we don't spend it in 26, we can spend it in 27.
Yes, yeah. I just didn't want to have to come back in 27. Because we do not know the exact date we will be receiving this money, I just want to make sure.
Well, what the restrictions are on this from the federal government on how we spend it?
We're talking the lawsuit, so
Yes.
the federal government's not involved with this. So this is individual states and water systems have sued 3M and DuPont. This is part of a global settlement through the courts. So this, I'm not sure I see any way the federal government does anything with this. So,
but then the court, is there some settlement agreement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that tells you how to spend it.
Right. So there's a complex formula of impacted water systems, which is what staff and DOJ orchestrated with them. And it's being dispersed over in blocks over a time frame. So and the money has yet to move. So we're still not quite sure when and how it's going to get to us. But
I mean, have those water systems already put in the equipment to solve the problem, or is it, or are we giving them money ahead of time?
we're only giving money to those who had expenses related to remediating. So,
Okay.
so if that makes sense.
Yeah. So some may not even know, or I guess everybody is testing right now, so everybody knows.
We,
if
in the past year and a half, we've had to do all new rounds of testing with water systems, more than you want to know probably, but we proactively tested, work with all the water systems to get this data, because normally in our regulatory scheme, we require certain testing and we gather that. The court, and I think well-meaning, but they didn't quite understand how that's normally gathered, needed it in a different way, in a different format, so we had to do all new testing in order to gather all this data for all our water systems that had even detections of PFAS, which was a huge amount of work, by the way. So I don't know if I answered your question or confused you.
Well, and some of this money is going to go to people with individual wells, yes or no?
No, this particular settlement is just for public water systems. As Representative Ebel mentioned, we are still in court, and I think this will be years away, with the Department of Justice on our actions to address contamination for private wells. So that's still out there, kind of, sort of, maybe someday. This settlement is for public water systems only.
Because I've heard some people say they've gotten systems for their homes from some kind of programs that you have.
Yes, there's multiple, for homes, there's multiple, two major programs. So within the St. Cobain consent decree area, it's incumbent upon St. Cobain to provide those type of services or water lines. Outside that area, we've provided, with some of this PFAS money we've talked about, we've made available a rebate program where if your private well's been contaminated, you can get up to $5,000 to put a point of entry treatment in, a home treatment system. Or if you're near enough to a water line where it makes sense, we'll give you you can get up to $10,000 rebate to connect to that water line. So those are the two programs you've probably heard of.
And where did that money come from?
Again, that money is a combination of general fund appropriations from past bienniums. Again, in the capital budget, we got bonding authority for up to $50 million to address that. There has been some drinking water, groundwater trust fund money put into that as well. So there's kind of a combination there.
I see. Okay. And what about, that includes testing too, or no?
Yes, we've covered some testing costs also, but there's a lot of pots of monies also, and then not for, actually it is now. We have, again, this bill money I talked about, this huge influx of money for infrastructure, that emerging contaminant monies. It's technically a loan, but you can get a loan if you're contaminated, but you get 100% forgiveness. So it's a loan, I guess. But anyways, to me, it's a grant. But anyway, so there's funds on that too. And we've been able to work with Senator Shaheen's office to get that to apply this last round to private wells as well. So we really pushed for that because we have roughly half our population is on private wells, and we wanted to make sure we were taking care of them
And I would
also.
assume very small fraction of them have ever tested, right? So
I don't have those figures. I don't know. But,
I mean, probably they've tested for
but we have our whole program that we've been reaching out. If we have cause to believe people are above the state standard, we've proactively gone out. We've done a lot of testing over the years, to the point where I'll brag on my staff a little bit. If you look at, we've seen maps of the country where testing has been done. In some areas of the countries, it's just spots here and there. New Hampshire is basically filled in, and we're literally more than the rest of the country combined. So that's the amount of sampling we've done. So.
I see. Okay, Representative Munns.
Just a quick question on that 3M settlement fund. You mentioned that it's intended primarily for publicly owned water systems. Does that mean a system owned by the town or city? I mean, on the seacoast, I mean, our water system is privately owned. It's a company that owns it.
It's actually, again, this is an EPA definition, so it's a water system that serves the public.
Serves the public. Okay.
So it could be, your
Aquarian.
your Dunkin' Donuts, for instance.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
But it also includes those also.
Other questions, Representative Leishman?
I just had a question for you. One of your questions was you wanted a better breakdown of the general fund use, but I don't think I get Jerry's correct for the minutes. Did you want a breakdown of general funds to get federal funds or matching funds? Was that part of it?
That's a secondary question. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure I had that correct.
Fair enough for you, so.
Okay, thanks.
If there's multiple sources, I don't know what it can use other funds.
Representative Ebel?
Well, just because we've had so many conversations, I just want to go back to what your beginning points were. You've already cut general funds coming into this by 11%. Is that correct? And then what you said was that when going through the governor's phase, she added some money for the dams, and it was one other. Fishing game, for the fishing game. How much for the dams? I'm just curious.
They gave us, approximately, missed out,
It was
get the
10 million in the
exact- let me
capital.
get the exact number. In 26, they gave it 658,000, and in 27, they gave us 670,000.
And that was in lieu of a fee increase?
Yes.
And to clarify for Representative Leishman, we're not talking the capital budget to repair dams. We were talking the dam safety program to monitor.
In the operating budget,
this
but you
is
just
in-
got 10 in the capital.
Yeah, the capital is prepared. These are for the folks that go out and inspect all dams.
So the way I heard it is when you claim to cut general funds, it's from the agency phase, right? To the governor's phase. So it's from what you wanted to what you got, as opposed to from last year or from,
We were given a set dollar amount for the agency phase, and
Right.
we brought our funding down to that level. And then we received an additional reduction in the governor's phase.
Right, okay.
So,
And then they gave us new things
follow-up-
to do.
A follow-up.
Representative
of the-
Leishman, yeah.
The chair, because I was looking at the same thing, because under the comparison on page 10, it shows a 7% reduction in general funds, but then over on page 11, it shows a 10%. So I know you just said 11% to Representative Ebel, so just a little curious of how those all work together. See on page 10, it talks about a 7% change, and then on the budget changes at the top, 10%. But
All right.
That's the agency phase, right?
Yeah, that actually, when you, the table on page, 10 is the net number. What we did was we took this cut and then we were offset. We took a cut on our appropriations, and then the governor then gave us back some money in terms of the LRM wildlife program, and then additional funding for dam safety.
For the dams.
So
So
we
you were
netted-
at
so
10, and
netted-
then you went, with her additions, you went to 7.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Right.
It wasn't that clear to me, but I'm a little slow on the take-up sometimes.
Mhm. All right, I think it's 4:00. We should get some sleep.
Yeah, especially you, Mr. Chair.
Especially me. Yep. Have a nice weekend, and we're gonna. Oh, one more. Okay, Representative Weiler.
should appreciate honest service to the state.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
53 years.
I think we already did that a few weeks ago. Oh, I think I was. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, we We saw somebody else who's chasing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, a good lady from the Secretary of State.
I thought it was 45 or something, you know, that she had.
Yeah, what's her name?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't hit Rainey's, but I started when I was 12, so I'm at 42.
There you go. Congratulations. All right. So we're going to be back next week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 each day, right? Okay. Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can bring some fee money in, you're going to make